And also, just a note that there is interpretation equipment here that you can figure out as we wait. So undo this piece over here, plug it in to the top here, and then push the on button, which is this second button down on the side, and you should see something sort of display here. Channel 1 is English, channel 2 is Spanish, and you can change the channel up and down here. These buttons, you can change the volume up and down with these buttons. If you have trouble hearing at any point, you can always put this in and increase the volume. And if someone is speaking in the language that you speak, then it will simply increase the volume in your ear. All right, we'll come back and say a little bit more in a few minutes. Thanks for your patience. take number 2. Hey! Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Just a second. Suddenly, you know, it's a hurry up and wait, or wait and hurry up, I guess. Yeah, thanks for hanging on with us, and congratulations, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the Petaluma Fairgrounds Advisory Panel. We're so happy to have you. My name is Lynn Davis. I'm one of the program co-directors at Healthy Democracy, and
Alex Ranieri, the other program co-director at Healthy Democracy. So happy to see you all in this room.
We're going to be talking to you a bunch more today about various stuff about the project, and interspersed with small group work and just time to get to know each other, and then toward the end of the day, some speakers. But we're going to talk more about what's happening today in a moment. First, you may have noticed there are some other people on the screen, and I want to give them a chance to introduce themselves. You filled out a survey from them this morning, or that was helpfully co-designed by them this morning. All right, researchers, go for it.
I'll start because I've done kind of these things a little bit before. My name is Stephanie Barkhalter. I am a professor of political science at what's now called Cal Poly Humboldt. You may know it as Humboldt State, but we just transformed into the third polytechnic in California. And I've been studying deliberation for about 20 years. I'm very, very excited about this process coming up. And I just hope to see what happens with this. This is the first of its kind. So we're just going to see what happens. And we're so happy that Healthy Democracy is letting us sit in. And we're very appreciative of you if you allow us to kind of understand your processes as you go along. Thanks.
Making sure, is that coming over the mic?
It's very on and off through the mic.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Stephanie. Let's move. Does anybody else want to introduce yourselves? Are you planning to go around, or was that all you wanted to say?
Well, I thought everybody should introduce themselves. Ben, do you want to say something?
Sure, I can be brief. My name is Ben Graham. I'm an associate professor at Cal Poly Humboldt up with Stephanie. And as a community psychologist, and I worked down in the Bay Area near you when I was working at the National Center for PTSD and watching how veterans were having participatory say in how their very healthcare system works and functions. I just become so interested in this idea. So when I heard about your very exciting project that you're doing in Petaluma, I just thought it was such a wonderful opportunity. I really believe in what you and Healthy Democracy are doing, and I'm very grateful to be part of this. So thank you so much.
And just a reminder to all of you to please slow down a bit, because your words are being interpreted. All right.
Would you like me to repeat anything I said, Lynn?
Yes, please, actually.
Okay. That's a good reminder for all of us. My name is Ben Graham. I'm an associate professor at Cal Poly Humboldt. Part of the reason I'm so excited about what you are doing in Petaluma is having worked in the Bay Area with veterans at the National Center for PTSD, where they had participatory say in how their healthcare system was functioning.
Awesome. Thanks very much.
And thank you.
For sure.
I'll jump in next. So, hi everyone. My name is Chim. I'm actually who does very similar work at facilitating assemblies and deliberative processes, just like the Petaluma Fairgrounds Assembly, but up in Canada. So I'm based out of Toronto, Canada. I work for a small firm called Mass LBP. well and all the practices that are being incorporated through this process. So thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
Happy to jump in. Thank you very much, firstly, for the opportunity to join the call and be a part of the process. I'm Rachel. I'm a graduate student, or actually, I should say, graduating Master in Public Policy student at Harvard Kennedy School. I focused at HKS on deliberative processes and their application both to the US and back home for me in Australia. I was working with, I've been working at least remotely with a similar delivery organisation in Australia called New Democracy Foundation. So thanks again, and I'm really excited to be part of this process.
I'll jump in. Hi everyone, my name is Travidia. I'm an undergraduate at Harvard studying social studies, mixture of political science, economics, sociology. And this summer I'll be in Petaluma to study this really cool deliberative process. And I'm looking forward to meeting you all this summer. Thanks for your participation.
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Suyeon Jo, and I am an assistant professor at the University of Arizona School of Government and Public Policy. And I study collaborative and participatory processes in the context of public and non-profit organizations, and I am mainly interested in how participatory processes such as this type of Petaluma panel generate outcomes for individual citizens, for non-profit and government organizations, and for the policy governance. So I am very excited to be part of this project on civic engagement, and I'm sorry that I missed the meeting on Tuesday, and I look forward to connecting with your fellow researchers soon. Thank you.
Everyone. Oops, I think that's everyone, right? Perfect. Thank you all so much for being here. Don't worry, that meeting on Tuesday was for the researchers, not for you all. You didn't miss anything. And you will see many of these folks later on in June and July and take surveys that they have worked on. All right, thanks everybody. All right, super. On we go. Yeah? Now back to my script. So, yeah, the first order of business after meeting the researchers is to just thank you for being here. We know that this is a substantial time commitment on all of your part, and very possibly on the part of alternates who are sitting in the back of the room who are about to fill these empty seats right here. We really appreciate it. Whoop, hold on just a second. Yep, okay, all right. Yeah, as you can see, there are a number of things, there are lots of things happening sort of behind the scenes. There's, of course, language interpretation. There are live streams that are happening in English and in Spanish, which will allow you to see any parts of the process that you miss later on. And as Grace has mentioned, if you walk where I am here, you'll be on the live stream. So if you want to avoid that, just stay around the outside of the panel, and as long as you're not right here in the front or at this table, no one will see you. However, it is important to speak into the microphones because that's the way the audio gets into the room for anyone who's listening in the back of the room. It's also the way the interpreters get their audio, as we've just discovered, and it's also the way that the audio gets onto the live stream. So please do as I'm doing here, and when you have a moment to talk, take the microphone and pull it close to you. There's one for every 2 people, or at the corners 3 people, and speak directly into it like this after pressing the button in the front. You'll see red is muted, green is unmuted. Okay, just a couple little housekeeping things there to throw in. So I want to say a few words about why this process exists and why processes like it exist and why there are researchers in other places that are really interested in things like this. This is a really unique kind of democratic process. We hope that it's not very unique in the future, but there aren't very many of these that are happening in the U.S. right now. And that's a bit surprising because, after all, the U.S. has been a great experiment in democracy, quote unquote, for 250 years. And that experiment continues. You're on the cutting edge of a new kind of democratic activity. As you know, you were selected through a lottery at random, which is a pretty different way of doing things, although we use it in our jury system in some form. And the kind of democracy that you're going to be participating in as part of this group is also different now that you're in the group as well. We think about democracy as thick and thin democracy sometimes. And they're both important. Thin democracy is things like voting or taking a survey. And obviously, we think surveys are worthwhile, and we think voting is worthwhile. But those things don't go very deep. In order to dig deeply into complex or contentious issues, we really need to be together in small groups, working for extended periods of time, learning a lot of information, getting to know each other, getting to know the issue and all the perspectives on the issue, and deliberately moving through all its different parts. So that's this sort of thick democracy that you're about to be engaged in for 3 days this weekend, and 4 days in June, 5 days in July, and some days beyond that you're going to decide yourselves. And also who the people are that participate matters. I mentioned the lottery, and the reason for that lottery is twofold. First, to bring new voices into the room. Very, very few of us get an invitation in our mail telling us that we can participate in this thing if we just return a simple form. And I imagine some of you thought the form was perhaps a scam at first, and I don't blame you. I would too. Because we don't get these kind of things very often. And that's too bad, because when we invite folks, we get lots of new folks who've never participated in something like this before. And that's wonderful, because all of us need to be involved in all parts of our decision making. The other thing that the lottery does is that it selects, it's random, but it's also representative. So that's why we asked for your demographic information on that first form, age and gender and so forth, because you were selected randomly, but also to match the demographics of the city of Petaluma. So this is a city in one room. This is a miniature Petaluma. And that's pretty exciting. We almost never get to see that. Even in research projects, we almost never get to see that. So you are talking to a small version of the 60,000 people who live in this city. And the recommendations you make, we hope will therefore have more weight because they represent all the diversities that exist in this place. I think that's what I want to say here, unless there's anything else that I'm missing, Alex. All right, super. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Alex, Lynn's program co-director. We'll talk a little bit more later about exactly what our roles are in the process and who all these other people in the room are. I will remind myself to speak a little bit slower for the interpreters. So to build off of what Lynn just shared, I want to talk a tiny bit about why you all were called here to do this project, to spend this number of hours with us in this room deliberating about a topic so important to your community. So we, Healthy Democracy, We're asked by the city of Petaluma to come coordinate this process because they are really interested, they really want to know from you all how to answer this question. This is the framing question that was in the invitation mailer you all received. It's also in your binder in the first couple of pages. They want to know from you how might we use the city's fairgrounds property to create the experiences, activities, resources, and places that our community needs and desires now and for the foreseeable future. And there's the Spanish version of the question here as well. Your recommendations on July 11th will be delivered to both City Council and the Fair Board, the 4th District Agricultural Association, who are the parties who will be engaged in the decision-making about this. And your recommendations will have weight with them. They've promised to respond to your recommendations, to take them into account in their process. So just wanted to say a few more words about the gravity and importance of what you all are doing with us today, or not with us, yourselves. We are not engaged in any way in the content. We are simply here to help you have a fair and healthy democratic process. I think that's all on this piece, but let me just check my notes to make sure. Yeah, I think let's move into introductions. So you heard from the researchers already because we were running a little late, and as you saw, they're scattered all over the world and needed to call in at that moment. But we're going to go back now to introducing who's in the room. So myself and Lynn Davis are your guides to the process. We will help kind of walk you through each step of the way, let you know where we are, what we're doing on any given weekend, on any given day, in any given hour, in any given 5-minute section. So you can always come to us to kind of get oriented. And we're here to really help ensure that there's, again, a fair, as much of a productive, respectful, and fair work environment as possible. So any ways that we can do that better, please don't hesitate to let us know. And as I said before, we are not here to be engaged in the content of your deliberations at all. That is entirely your work to do. So we are attentive to the process, to making sure you have the space to speak your minds, to deliberate, to engage with ideas, and don't be surprised if, us or your moderating team, who you'll hear from in a moment, if you ask us, hey, what was that thing about the fairgrounds? We'll say, we don't know, even if we do, and we'll ask you to kind of put that question back to your fellow panelists. So that's the extent to which we take seriously this division of the work is yours, the content is yours. We're just here to provide the space for you to have the conversation. All right. So now we're going to do some more introductions. You'll hear from our moderators, our 6 today, and a total of 8 whose photos you'll see in the binder in your welcome packet. Our fantastic moderating crew, and they are the ones who, I will let Jill tell you what they do.
Good morning. I'm Jill White, part of the team of moderators here to serve you. When we're in a large group, one of us will facilitate.
Should I start over? Start over.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jill White. Good morning. I'm one of the moderators here to serve you. I wanted to let you know that when we are in a large group, one of us will be facilitating discussions. When we break out into small groups, each moderator will serve one small panel at a facilitation table. Our role will be minimal. To help everyone have a chance to participate, to help everyone feel at home in this environment, to help keep the discussion on track and on time. You'll notice I use the word help. You will play an important part of that help, just as important as ours. I'd like to introduce the rest of the team. Moderators, please introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I am Dora Escobar. Very happy to meet you and to be here to help you in the process. Hello everyone, I'm Suzanne Carlton.
Hello, my name is Carly Devlin.
My name is Daniel. Me llamo Daniel. Bienvenidos, welcome, and el gusto es mío, the pleasure is mine.
Buenos dias. Good morning. My name is Mario Castillo. Pleasure to be here tonight.
We have two other fantastic moderators who will be joining in subsequent weekends, whose faces you will see on, let's see, what page of the binder is that? You've got it open, page 6. So Peyton and Anna will be joining us in future sessions. All right. Now we want to introduce a few other people in the room. We have Phil, who is our technology and logistics assistant, who is doing an incredible job helping us with audio and live streaming, and very grateful that he is here. And we have Grace Taylor, and Grace is going to come up here and share a couple things about housekeeping. I think she's the one that you all know the best already. And Grace, I wonder if you're willing to put in a couple details about the venue and anything else you'd like to share with panelists at this stage.
Hey everybody. It's so nice to see you after having talked with you and texted you and emailed you over the last couple weeks. Thank you for showing up. I'm here to serve your needs as they arise, and so if you will keep me posted on what those needs are, I can serve you best. There's a couple things that people have asked me about that I want to make sure you know about. So if you are paying for child care or elder care for someone in your family while you are here so that you can be here, we would like to reimburse that. I don't yet have those reimbursement forms prepared, but I will get those to you so that you can be reimbursed. The same goes for if you need transportation support getting here. Too fast. Okay. Welcome everybody, and thank you so much. My name is Grace. I'm here to meet your needs as best as possible. Some of you have let me know about food or child care or transportation needs that you have. I would do my best to support those needs as so that you can be here fully and participate as best as you can. If you need child care reimbursement, if you need transportation reimbursement, talk to me. I don't have those forms prepared yet. I will get them to you later this weekend, but I will get them to you. For those of you who have special dietary needs, I can't guarantee perfection, but I will guarantee that I've got your back. I'm working on getting the needs. So if you're vegetarian or if you need a gluten-free diet, talk to me. I've set a few things aside specifically for people who have allergies or sensitivities for food. There's restrooms. The men's room is in the front of this building. The ladies' room is in the back. I think that covers it. Thank you all for getting paperwork and all the things and responding to my emails. Keep in touch with me. Let me know if you need to be absent or if something has come up. Please let me know right away. I'm just so happy that you're here. It's a delight to work with you and finally see your faces after these couple weeks of only texts and emails and phones, so it's nice to see your faces. Also, thank you all for sharing your COVID vaccination status. I know that's a pain, and it's important because we're going to be working closely with each other, and we want to keep everyone safe. So, thank you.
Okay. And after we give Nicolas a moment to pause, we'll invite him up to introduce himself as the interpretation team. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nicholas Bravo. I'm the interpreter here, translating everything that is being said in real time. Hola, buenos días todo el mundo. Mi nombre es Nicolás Bravo. Yo voy a ser el intérprete que está traduciendo todo lo que las personas están diciendo en tiempo real el día de hoy. Muchas gracias. Mucho gusto estar. Muchas gracias por venir. Thank you everybody for coming and welcome.
Great. And we've been asked to give a little bit more pause between speakers, and you'll see that we are still working out how to speak in this format, and hopefully it's good learning and modeling for everybody who will be asked as we start discussing as a large group to speak slowly and pause a little bit more than you normally would between thoughts, between phrases. And we'll all learn together. Wonderful. I want to just point out two. Oh, I think Phil introduced himself. Yeah. We have a colleague who you will meet in the June session. Casey Bull is our Director of Outreach and Communications. So we'll talk later about kind of our guidelines for speaking to members of the media if you are approached by anybody who wants to know more about this process, and Casey's contact information and more information about her role is in the packet. So I just wanted to kind of introduce her here in spirit with us. She's part of our core team at Healthy Democracy and has done, if you've seen the website, that is all her and our other colleague, Eliska. So they're essential to this process. All right. Now let's talk, and I should acknowledge that this morning is a lot of talking. We promise that before lunch we will break and have more interaction with each other. This is the only day where there will be this much talking all at once. So thank you so much for bearing with us as we do some introductions and orientation. And now we want to do the process overview. So let's switch slides here. Wonderful. So we are about to be together, this group. You all will know each other extremely well by July 11th. We're about to be together for 12 days in the next 2 months. And then, as you know, some additional sessions to be scheduled according to your availability after July 11th. But this is what the process looks like at a very high level. For these first 3 days, certainly, and then into June 4th and into June 17th, you will be gathering all the information you can on the topic of the Fairgrounds. So this is the stage at which we ask you to suspend judgment, kind of listen with open ears, have a perspective that has space for many different views on the topic, for many different presenters who you'll hear from all over this community. And you'll be considering context and kind of everything you might want to know that's relevant in your decision-making process. That's this first bar of orange up here. After that, you'll begin to introduce some judgment into the process. Think about what principles or values are most important to you in relation to this question. Your first report, noted here as 1, will be guiding principles. So again, what should you take into consideration? What should the city and Fair Board take into consideration when making a decision about this question? Then after you've heard all of this information and developed your principles, you'll start discussing options. So this is when you'll get more detailed into specific options for the site. Oh, yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, I'm sorry. I will make a habit of scanning the room all the way over to you. So in this phase of blue, you will start to consider options for the property, and then finally start to prioritize, compile, organize, sort them into a final recommendation, which will be delivered on July 11th. After that, you'll have additional opportunities to engage with the broader community and decision makers. All right. This weekend, so to kind of zoom down to just this session 1, May 13th through 15th, we will be mostly getting oriented to the process and figuring out what this deliberative process is, getting to know your fellow panelists, getting to know each other as staff with you all, and beginning to collect a significant amount of that information. So that information will come in a few different forms. You'll be hearing from many presenters over this first weekend. You have almost 20 pages of briefing materials in your binder that you'll have time to read throughout the course of the weekend. And importantly, you'll also have time to hear from each other. Everybody in this room likely has some connection, some personal experience with the topic at hand already, and we value that just as much as any outside information. You'll have a chance to speak with each other, to get to know each other's perspectives. So we value that equally. Right. And now we're going to zoom down one level further and review the agenda just for today to let you know what's coming. You'll be able to see when breaks are, when lunch is, and what to anticipate. And for that, I will hand it over to Carly.
Hi all, just as a reminder, my name is Carly. The agenda is over here in English and on the other side of the room in Spanish. My writing is okay, so good luck. So we're starting today just with the introductions. We are running a little behind, so this is a rough schedule, I will say. We will adjust as we go along. This is the rough roadmap of where we're heading, but I do want to stress, there are breaks. This is a lot of stuff, and we're really diving into some detailed things and getting to know each other, so breaks are just as important as doing the work itself. So we'll start off the morning with introductions. We'll jump into introducing yourselves after this because we want to know who's in the room. We'll have a little bit of a piece on communication and communication in the room. so a bit on group agreements, and we also want to know what your experience is of this issue and where you, what kind of information you had, and also just start with getting to know each other in that way. We'll have a break within that too. So the break estimated plus or minus sometime around 10:50. And this is where we'll get into the communication pieces, just so you all know. And then right before break, we'll just have a little bit of reading and 10 minutes, and then we'll have an hour lunch from there. Great. I talk really quickly. I'm from New York, so this is rolling with this. So I feel like I'm talking like 10 times slower than my father right now. So okay. So in the afternoon, we'll have a section about an hour in terms of activities on kind of questions and sort of perspectives. So examining a little bit of what makes a good question, and also examining sort of where do we stand too, and what kind of things might we be bringing into this space ourselves. Okay. And then from there, we'll prep for the presentations from the stakeholders later on this day. Do a little icebreaker, keep talking to each other, move around, and then take a break. For the last hour or so, we're going to hear some presentations just to lay the foundation for information, so we're all on the same page, so we all have the same information. And that is going to be from the Informational Advisory Committee. And then we will start closing at 4:15 and by 4:30. I'm also really good at sitting with pauses and silence, so y'all will be on this silence ride with me sometimes. So I teach a class and we played a silence game. They hated it. But by the end, we're all going to be on the silence game together. So thank y'all. Any questions about the agenda for today? Cool. Thank y'all.
Thanks. All right, enough of all of us talking. You've had some time to get to know each other around the table, I think, while we were finishing setup. But there's a little bit of time prepared here for you really to get to know each other. So if you would turn to your neighbor at the table, or if there's three of you, if it's a bit of an awkward space, that's just fine, not a problem. And we have three simple questions for you. First, or for your neighbor, ask your neighbor these questions, or introduce yourselves to each other. First, what your name is. Well, that might be obvious. You can just point to that. Two, pause for, it's perfect. They will be on a written page over here on the right. One, what your name is. Two, how you'd like to be referred to, pronouns, nicknames, etc. And what you put on hold to be here for this. Not just today, but throughout the next couple of months. That's it. Go ahead, turn to your neighbor. We'll take a few minutes to just introduce yourselves. Oh, I should say, then we'll come back and you will introduce your neighbor to the group. All right, how is everyone doing? Have you both had an opportunity to introduce yourselves? We'll take just one more minute here. All right. If you can hear me, let's come back to the large group. Can we come back to the large group? We're going to come back and introduce ourselves here. We're going to come back to the large group. We're just turning up the sound in the room, so hopefully eventually it comes over the... there we go. Okay, cool. Thanks, everybody. Sorry to cut you off. Perfect. Yep. Thanks. Oh. Awesome. Okay, perfect. We're on. Sorry to cut you off there abruptly. We'll have time to chat with each other for sure through the rest of the day. But just to do a quick introduction and answer these couple of questions around the room and practice with using the mics for the first time. Let's start on one side of the room here. I also actually, no, I want to say one thing because I was just having a conversation with Grace about the folks who are missing in the room here, and I want to put your mind at ease. There are a couple of folks who are sick and a couple of folks who, for other reasons we already knew couldn't be here this particular morning. And that gives me an opportunity to say that although we really want everyone here all the time as much as possible, and that it's very important to sort of be here as much as possible to be able to carry through the deliberation from day to day, we also, as a top priority, want you and us to take care of ourselves. We live in times, particularly now, where that's particularly important. So please give Grace a call and just let her know, if something's happening, and we'll do our best to accommodate it, whatever that means. There are also a few slots that will be taken by alternates in the room, so you have a very high percentage chance, I think, of being selected onto the panel. We're still going to work on that for a little bit here to determine who from the alternates is going to make it onto the panel, and those who don't will be free to go home at lunch and be paid for your time as promised. So, all right, with that, so in the future, you'll see a more full room around here, which may be better or worse. Right now, there's a little bit of personal space that may go away pretty soon. All right, so let's go around the room. I'm going to take a pause. I forgot. I know. Did you say a sign? Got one, actually. And and it's maybe a good note for everyone to just take a peek over there and see if the sign is being held up if you're speaking and are worried. Okay, super. So let's go around the room. I wonder if you would be up for starting and introduce the person that you were talking to, not yourself, and what their name is, how they'd like to be addressed, one thing they put on hold to be here, and don't worry, by the way, my memory is absolutely terrible, so you all should feel not bad at all. If you have to whisper, hey, wait, what's your name again? It's just fine. And, right before you start, sorry, one just reminder, just push the button, it turns green, that's when you know you're good to go, and put the mic right up, not against your lips, that's unhygienic, I suppose, but very close to you. Okay, go for it.
Hello? Not enough? Is that better? So this is Wesley, and he goes by Wes. Hi, Wes. And he has his kids home from college and he's missing out time with them, right? Okay, I did it.
Not from Alex. Yes? Okay. Go for it. And feel free to move those mics as well. They're wireless, so you can just sort of take them with you wherever you are. Go for it.
Hello. Can you hear me? This is Wes. I spoke with Mary, who is in sales, works about 50 hours a week, and is giving up her Fridays to be here from work. And she's bilingual. Her family's from Argentina, and and that's about it for now. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks much. Go for it.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Look, she's Celie. She's finance officer.
Hello. Can you hear me? Alex, you can hear me, Alex? I can't hear anything.
Are you hearing this now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. I think that'll be. Are you hearing this now? Fantastic. Woo! Okay. We're back. Woo! Thanks for filling up a few moments there. I knew you could do it for us. Little snafus, little growing pains. That was literally just a plug that had unplugged, and every plug is vital in here because the audio here has to get to the translators, has to get back this way and that way and into the pieces and all that business. All right, I think where you had gone, let's go to you next. I think it's not on. Is it green light down there? It is.
Okay, it's on. Okay, this is Angelo, my new friend, and he wants to be called Angelo. And he was born and raised in Petaluma, and he's given up school and work to be here.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you. This is Anne. She likes to go by Anne, and she's giving up time seeing her grandchildren playing sports to be here.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, to my right here, this is Sandra. She is retired. She did postal service for 33 years. She is bilingual and from Mexico.
And anything she gave up to be here that you remember?
Not at the moment.
No problem. Don't want to press you hard on it.
Hi, this is Carl. He's only 16, and he really wanted to be here. So that's good to hear that he's 16 years old, and he's taking his time to come. And he's telling me his dad is from Brazil, and he's a nurse. So he's working 12, 16 hours a day. So he don't have time to see him only at nighttime, maybe when he comes to bed. Yeah, and he's homeschooled, so he got the time today. He took the time to come.
Awesome. That reminds me, I forgot to mention a few things that I usually mention at the beginning, one of which is just a few notes about the diversity in the room, one of which is that you all range in age from 16 to 85. Well, I'm not sure exactly who's homesick or that kind of thing. But with everything in between, from all areas of the city, all 6 of the council districts, all different genders and races and ethnicities, different educational levels, and all the different things that you mark down on that form. Okay. Super. Thanks for that reminder, and go for it.
Okay, I'm Carl Barton. I think this is on. This is Grace, a very interesting person to sit next to. She's from Guatemala. She is a retired secretary as well as a retired bilingual, a translator, educator. And frankly, that's what she does for fun. She goes to schools and volunteers to read now that she's retired. And that's what she does, and what she's giving up to be here today is studying her Bible. And I'm absolutely enthralled with meeting this lovely person.
Oh, thanks.
I am very happy to meet Mr. Brian. He is from Petaluma. He is a teacher also from school. And I am so glad that we understand each other because we work at schools. For many years, I worked 30 years at school district, and then I have been a bilingual secretary also, and then that's what we are. We understand each other here because I voluntarily I help Spanish people to learn English, and I bring all the papers and everything to them, and now he's offering me to help me out because I am retired also in order to help all these people, and then I am so glad that I met Mr. Brian.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
This is Chris. She's retired from...
Sorry, just a second. Is that going through? I can't quite tell. So just give me a thumbs down, I guess. Okay, great. Never mind. Sorry.
Chris is retired from Nevada Community Hospital, which is part of SATA. So she's retired, so she didn't have to give up anything. other than
Amazing.
well,
Thanks.
that's here.
Perfect.
Hi, this is Izzy, and he's retired. He worked at Lucky's, and before that, he used to do. He worked with chemical dependency, right, in San Francisco. And I also have Sandy over here, and she's retired. She gave up being with her grandchild, so we have to make up for it. Thank you.
This is my friend Newton Chris. Chris is retired, and she's giving up time with her auntie.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Rebecca. I have no neighbors.
I know.
So forgive me for being narcissistic. I'm going to talk about myself.
Oh, fantastic. No problem.
I'm Rebecca, and she, her, hers. You can call me Rebecca, and I gave up going to work. I took a leave day, so it really wasn't a sacrifice. It's kind of a fun thing to do. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks.
All right. This is Darby. She, her, and she gave up time being with her.
Just a little closer to. Yeah, I know.
Better? They're just not talk louder. All right. So Darby, she, her, she gave up time with her kids to be here.
This is Jared. He's comfortable with any pronouns, and he likes to be called Jared, and he gave up work to be here.
Thanks.
Hi, this is Eric. Eric is a screenwriter and also writes novels. He gave up working today, and he has a 40-year-old at home.
This is Jasmine. She, her. She's a civil engineer, and she just moved to Petaluma about 2 months ago. And she gave up working on her house today, which I guess is a lot to do. And this is Jackie on my other side. She, her. She works in theater. And she also recently moved to Petaluma and is also doing work on a house that she gave up today. Pardon? Right.
Thanks.
That kind of covered my group, so your turn.
Sí, mi nombre es Gemma. Mi nombre es...
Yes, my name is Jem. I'm speaking in Spanish, but I understand English as well. I'm here because I wanted to learn something about this because it's all my first time in this. And I've found a person next to my side who speaks Spanish, and we have something in common, which is our sons, and I hope to keep coming here.
She was saying, I'm Deb.
Can you speak into the mic just a little bit more?
Emma next to me, and I'm Deb. She was saying that we have a lot in common, just in our little bit of talking, that we both have teenagers at home that are struggling with some issues that are similar. So we're giving that up, but this is probably easier than what we'd be doing at home.
To my right, I have Greg, who has been a Petaluman since 1992. He is a retired computer software, hardware, and he is giving up his personal time that he enjoys illustrating and writing children's books, and he goes by he, him.
Thanks. Hello. To my left is Liz, and I'm very lucky because she's a physical therapist. She works in Nevada, moved in Petaluma in 1992. 1919. Sorry, and she loves dogs. She's come from New York, and she's giving up time at work to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Hi, this is Gwyneth. Gwyneth. And she's a mother, and she has young children at home, and she works, and she's giving up time with both to be here.
And this is Robert. He goes by he and him, and you can call him Bob or Hey You also. He's giving up time, his own time because he's retired, and working at Alphabet Soup, which he volunteers at on Fridays. And my name is Gwyneth.
Awesome. Thank you all very much. Hopefully, that's a little bit awkward with the microphones. And believe us, we're getting used to a new microphone setup, a new interpretation setup, several new things about this, which is, but this will all become so, There it is. Second nature, thank you. In not very long at all. Okay. Yeah, I think let's take a break right now. This was about the time for our scheduled break before. Yay! So, 15 minutes. Let's take a 15-minute break until 10 after the hour, 11:10.
Pardon me, this is just a quick sound check. Okay, thank you.
All right, we've had a sound check, I think, so I think that means we're back in service again. Fantastic. We're going to have an announcement to make about alternates very shortly, but not just yet. Hold on, and thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you being here very, very much. The next piece that just a little sort of another little housekeeping piece here to talk about is around privacy and public affairs. So there's notes about this in your binder as well, and most of the stuff that we're talking about here you can find notes on in your binder, so if you'd like to take that home, you're very welcome to, or on breaks or at lunch if you want some light reading. Feel free to take out the binder and page through it. All right, awesome. And maybe if someone actually finds the section here, I should have noted which page it's on. Oh, page 9. Thank you. Fantastic. So we want to talk a little bit more about your privacy on this panel and also our efforts to make the panel transparent to the public, because both of those things are important goals and we try to balance them. And the reason for trying to balance them is that, of course, transparency is important for any kind of democratic process, and also participation of folks who don't typically participate in processes especially is often dependent on a higher level of privacy and not sort of being public figures and, accosted in the grocery store and that kind of thing. Most of us don't want that, myself included. And so there's sort of a balance there in terms of how we help. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it, Mario. It's easy to do, isn't it? I've worked with interpreters before, and it's still... Yeah, absolutely, please do.
I'm sorry. So I just want to say that Petaluma recently actually has made some tremendous efforts to be more inclusive. So what we're experiencing today, which is to include translation and acknowledge the Spanish language and create a space for it, it's something that is already happening here in Petaluma. And it's also an issue of equity, and I think that we should all be very proud of that. So when you're speaking, you say a phrase, then you make a pause to let the translator catch up, and then you start and say another sentence, and then you pause to allow translation to catch up to what you said. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks. Perfect. Yeah. Appreciate that acknowledgement, Mario, and advice. Let me see if I can take it. Okay. So a little bit more about privacy
conversations are entirely private. And what I mean by that is private from the general public. So they're obviously the other people in your group, including your moderator, and also the researchers when they are here in person. They're the only folks who are going to be hearing you talk there. And the notes that come out of there will be notes that come out of there that may come back to the large group, but they won't have your name on them. And your ideas might filter back in here, but not not attributed to you specifically. And that's critical because it's really critical to feel comfortable in those small groups. That's where a lot of this process is going to happen, and a lot of sort of the especially the early stages of conversation with each other. Now, when we're in the large group or in front of the room here, that is being live streamed. I should say, as I mentioned earlier, anytime that we're on a microphone, that's going out over a live stream onto the internet and being recorded for posterity. And the sound is, the sound is, and I am currently being recorded and live streamed standing right here in front of this camera. There are little lines on the ground here now to indicate exactly where that is.
Y esto es para que todas las personas puedan dar seguimiento al proceso. Como ya lo mencioné, los pequeños grupos son privados, pero el proceso está diseñado para que cuando lo que pasa en el grupo pequeño regresa al grupo grande. Si ustedes están chequeando con el grupo grande, ustedes pueden dar seguimiento de lo que está pasando y cuál es el progreso. Lo que es el progreso de lo que todos están trabajando durante este tiempo en relación a los productos que ustedes están creando. ¿Alguna pregunta hasta ahorita? Creo que no hemos preguntado suficiente. Si tienen preguntas. Okay. ¿Tienen algún problema con el aparato auditivo? Creo que podemos tener dos problemitas. ¿El canal?
Is it the channel?
Es importante para la transmisión.
Okay, super. Thanks. Thank you. Yep. Now channel 1 is back to English again. Channel 2 is Spanish. Sorry about that. Ooh, well, the sands are shifting underneath you. Up is down. Oh my gosh. Okay, a couple other points here. So there's other notes in your binder about this stuff, but I just wanted to point out back where our lovely alternates are sitting right now. That's the public observer gallery. Today is not the most exciting, perhaps, for public observers to see, as we're doing a bunch of housekeeping and getting to know each other. But there probably will be folks who wander in and out and maybe sit back there from time to time. Don't worry about it. This is your space in here, and you may have noticed that you crossed a sort of line in the sand back there. On this side of the line, it's just staff, and it's just you all. Folks can wander in and out, can observe the process, but kind of like a courtroom, or if you've ever visited the legislature or Congress on a field trip or something like that, it's for observation only. There's not going to be participation from the back of the room, that kind of thing. except in specifically designated kind of periods that will be in a different kind of space. So this area here is yours. And a couple of other notes about talking to the media as well. There have been a couple of articles about this process already in the paper, and who knows, there might be more, and there might be journalists who come to observe it at times. You can speak to anyone you want, of course, and you also don't have to speak to anyone at all. You can ignore people, you can walk straight to your car and just ignore anything. Don't feel bad about that. Take your pick, however you're feeling in the moment. If you'd like to answer questions, there's also some tips in your binder about things to remember, with just things to keep in mind from our experience talking to journalists, and I used to be one, so I've been on that other side of the fence too. Many of them are great folks and just doing their jobs, and it's wonderful to help them out, and it's a way that the public can be notified about how this happens. So if you're willing and able to talk about your experience on the panel, amazing, but feel no pressure whatsoever. You can also say, hey, can you send me a couple questions? I'd love to think about them later. Or you can say, hey, I'd love for this to be totally anonymous. I don't want to be in there anyway at all. Just make sure you say that in advance before you start talking to the person. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, cool. Let us know if you have any questions about the tips in there. In general, if you ever feel uncomfortable participating in the process for any reason, please talk to one of us. Alex or me or any of the moderators or any of the other staff. It's our number one job to make you feel as comfortable as possible and create a place where you can have the productive discussions that are part of the process. And so we'll do everything in our power to ensure that you feel safe and comfortable. All right. Right. So a couple of notes, I think. Should I make those or hand that over to Grace to make? About COVID. Fantastic. Grace, would you have a minute?
All right. Once again, I am thankful to all of you who did provide vaccination status to me and show me your vaccination cards. We really debated for a little while whether to hold these meetings in person or online, and we do think that the quality of the conversation is better when we can be together and get to know each other personally. And people are still getting infected. Frequently, you probably know somebody who has COVID right now, as I do. We are going to ask you to test if you haven't been vaccinated, and ask you to do that with integrity and honesty. We do have COVID tests available. If you are not feeling well, we ask that you do stay home, and we will be more flexible than usual. Thank you. We would normally ask you to show up at every single session, and instead we are going to ask you to take care of yourselves and your family as you need to, okay? Just stay in touch with us about what is necessary for you and your family, okay? That means if you don't feel well, send me a text, send me an email, and we'll work it out, okay? If someone in our group does test positive after having been together, we would like to know so that we can give people a choice on whether they would like to continue to come. Okay? So do keep me in touch. We won't share who has tested positive, but we will let you know if someone has tested positive after having been together. We are not requiring masks because it's a long day, and all of you have shown their vaccination cards. However, even vaccinated people are still getting infected with COVID, and we have people of all different ages and all different risk categories, and so please be conscientious. Okay, I think that is everything. And did I cover everything? Is that it? Okay. You're all wonderful. Thank you for sticking with all of this.
Thanks, Grace. All right. The next thing on our agenda is to talk a little bit about deliberation. You all have heard us use this word several times throughout the process so far. And what does it mean? What does deliberation mean? What is the kind of conversation that we are inviting you to have in this space? Take a pause, and Phil, do we have the slideshow ready? We have the slides ready. As he gets that set up. So in a few minutes, you all will have the opportunity to create your own group agreements. So the 36 of you, how you want to commit to interacting with each other. And we also wanted to share in our experience facilitating processes like this in many places, what we've seen work best. So you are not obligated to use these agreements. They are merely suggestions. In a few minutes, I'll pass it over to Dory, and she'll facilitate a process in which you can create your own group discussion agreements. But first, a few tips that we would share. And what's that? Oh, and actually not quite yet for, I'll run through this first. Thanks. Do we have a clicker, or should I tell you slide? Okay, so slide, Phil. You'll see these also in the welcome section of your binder. Some basic guidelines for speaking respectfully with each other. Please use respectful body language and verbal language. Even a roll of the eyes, a turn of the head can send a message that we may not be aware of and may be challenging for somebody to receive. Minimize distracting behavior. Usually when we are in this space together, it's helpful for everybody to put away electronic devices. We will give you breaks so that you can check in with your families or do anything that needs to be done outside this room. Then attend all sessions. You've heard us speak a few times already today about attendance just being so important for everybody to stay engaged every step of this process. And your attentiveness is so appreciated, not only for us, but to and among you all as panelists. Slide. Be open to new ideas and listen with care. This is perhaps the most important of the guidelines that we offer you. Especially in this first part of the process, your job is to gather information, gather perspectives. So this is critical, listening with your open mind, open heart to what others are sharing in the room. Slide. focused on the issue. So in deliberative space, we are all on the same side of the metaphorical table, not debating from different sides, from different positions. Actually, a slide that will say that more explicitly. But our invitation to you is to really stay focused on the task at hand. You've been called to not only practice this kind of process, but to answer a very important question that the city and Fair Board would like to hear an answer from you on. So let's, as much as possible, stay focused, stay engaged with that question. Then, as we've been practicing all morning, myself included, speak clearly, briefly, and share airtime. So if you're somebody who participates a lot in groups, try taking a step back, and vice versa. If you're shy, feel free to use this as a space to practice speaking up more. We participate fully. As Carly noted earlier, participation can look like silence. It isn't necessarily always speaking, but being engaged, attentive, and as much as you're willing, going along with our process plan, trusting the process with us, we promise we're moving in a direction with you together, and your participation makes that possible. Disagreeing positively. So there will likely be disagreements in this space, conflict in this space. Everybody is coming in with their own life experience, their own perspectives, and unlike these two birds and unlike some of the geese that I just witnessed outside being very angry at each other, please try to approach conflict or disagreement as an opportunity to learn more from each other. And here's the metaphor that I mentioned earlier. So debate is not deliberation. Debate is when we are sitting on opposite sides of the metaphorical table, and the issue is between us, right? We are talking across the table. We're making assumptions about the other side, perhaps. This is not what we're going for in this process, but rather we're sitting on the same side of the table and approaching the question together. So you all will be invited to collaboratively work through this question in a whole lot of depth, and this is the orientation that we found is useful to do that. Approaching it as one diverse body that may have disagreement, but that ultimately is here to accomplish the same task. So I will now pass it over to Dory to ask you all what you would like to agree to as a group. And we'll use that later.
Thank you, Alex. And Susie is going to join us as our scribe. Thank you. So as Alex mentioned, as moderators, I'm just so used to not even needing one. As moderators, part of our job is to help you uphold certain agreements about how you want to interact with each other throughout this process. But it's important that those agreements come from you. And so we're going to invite you to have a conversation. Thank you. Sorry, as a former interpreter, I should know better, but I also am a native New Yorker, so I expect reminders. So we want to invite you to have a conversation here about the kind of agreements that you want to come to as a group, as a team of panelists. So to reflect on, we can go back to what has been offered in the introduction here. We'd like you to reflect on, in your own experience, what have been the building blocks of good conversation? How do you want to agree to interact with each other on these panels? So that's what we'd like you to keep in mind as we open up the floor for your input. before we gather your input on the agreements, let me first ask, are there any questions or any concerns about this part of the process and what we're about to embark upon? All good? Okay. The floor to anyone with share your input on what you think is going to be an important part of your agreements, how you are going to interact. Thank you. And excuse me if I can't see your name tags. I apologize.
Jackie. So, and some of this just comes from my background, right? I work in what can sometimes be a very volatile.
Jackie, I believe, right?
Closer,
very
even
close.
closer.
Thank you.
I'm usually behind the lights and mics. I don't. So I work in theater, which can sometimes bring up a lot of really sensitive conversations. And one thing that we really preach and that I found to be very helpful when you're disagreeing is to always assume best intentions first and foremost. So people aren't always as delicate as you would like them to be in phrasing or in the topic they discuss. But if you assume that they're not trying to hurt you, that they mean well, then it's easier to come to a civil understanding and to keep the tone of the conversation friendly.
Thank you, Jackie. Who else would like to provide some input on your group agreements? I think we're going to limit, for now we're not, are we? Yeah, we're not, I don't think we're including alternates yet. I think it's for the panelists that are seated, if I'm understanding correctly. Please.
Hi, Celie. So, having been on many group activities and serving on the jury, or long jury, one thing that I'd really love is if we make sure that everyone is offered a chance to speak at their own rate of time. And it won't be just the person that talks loudest and fastest. I can't emphasize enough that in these kind of groups before, I've definitely watched people be silenced by other people that talked really fast and loud. And I really, really want that to not happen here. So that's the one thing that I'd really love to have. Everyone gets a chance to speak. A chance.
Thank you. Did I see a hand on the side of the table that I missed? I thought, oh, sir.
With group discussion, always be open to other people's arguments and never judge anybody. Everybody's opinion counts. So it's a matter of respect and a matter of active listening.
Thank you. Susie, let me know if you want me to hold. Okay. Thank you. Who else would like to share your input on group agreements? Thank you.
I want to second the active listening. I think in most discussions and group discussions, if people sit down and listen with patience, you don't tend to overtalk and defend or offend anybody else by just listening.
Thank you. Who else?
Also being some groups, myself in discussions too, we need to respect other people's viewpoint. We may disagree, but respect their opinion. Like they say, old cliche, agree to disagree. And not judging others by opposite viewpoint. That suppose I don't believe in somebody else's viewpoint, still have to respect them.
Thank you very much. See you pointing at someone, Mario. Oh, thank you. Yes, please.
non-judgmental.
Thank you. Yes, please, Jackie.
Just because I know the previous slides were kind of set as guidelines, I really wanted to sort of re-highlight that it's not a debate, right? It's a discussion, and we're all in it together, and to remember that and be willing to sort of remind each other of that gently as we go.
Thank you. Other thoughts, reflecting on what have been characteristics of good conversations you've engaged in the past? Anything else you'd like to add to the group agreements for this process? Yes, please.
Speaking from my own experience and knowing who I am, I've heard people say things, seriously good things, and I have misconstrued them through no fault of theirs. So as I look up here and remembering that the task that we're going for is not a debate, all of these seem to have as I look at this up here, it's almost like we've all forgotten that we're actually working from the same side of the table. That most of these I would associate with there's some reserve about being full in the process here. So I would simply say, remember the task.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I have used before as a juror in court, and there are 12 people. We are here 36 minds, people, different ones, different levels, but the important thing is to come up with the right solution. Like in court, if you disagree in something, we are in trouble. We have to come up guilty or not guilty. All of us have to do the same thing. If you disagree, we are in trouble because it's not finished, the case. So here we are 36 people. We better remember that we are here in the same level that we're supposed to come up, and then agree in whatever it will be the end, and be nice to each other, even if some of them, I remember, I need to say really quick, I was a juror, and then it was a case really bad, and then I am a Christian person, and I said, Lord, what am I going to do here? I have to judge that person, and who am I? God is the only one who can judge. And then when it was my turn in the 12 people, well, what do you think? Agree or disagree, or guilty or not guilty? I said, look, I am a Christian. I can judge that person. We don't want to hear. That's what they told me. We don't want to hear if you are a Christian or what. Guilty or not guilty? And out of everything, he was guilty. So they wanted to hear from me. And I said, definitely he is guilty. That's all we want to know. So that's what I remember. That no matter who we are, if Christians or not Christians or whatever it is, we have to come up with the right solution, with the right answer for everything, be nice to each other, and very sincere.
Thank you. Let's give Susie a minute to make sure she captures that. Okay, for me to move forward? Thank you. Yes, sir, please.
never take anything personal.
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, sorry. At the end of this, remember we're all Petaluma. We're all neighbors.
Remember, we're all Petaluma, we're all neighbors. Is that? Yes.
I was going to say that we ask for clarification before jumping to conclusions, especially since we have different languages being spoken, and sometimes things can get lost in interpretation or translation.
Thank you. Yes, please.
To kind of build on that, we also all have different learning styles, and to remember that. So if something's not making sense in the way that someone is delivering it, perhaps offering them the chance to try and change their approach in getting something across. So I'd say like remembering different learning styles.
Thank you. Yes.
To build on that a little bit, giving that person a chance.
Yes. Sorry. Let's Nicolas catch up. Do you need that to be repeated? You're good. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our scribe needs it to be repeated.
Yeah. So, right, just further building on that, giving the person who is speaking a chance to clarify. You may be a third party who's not in the misunderstanding, who feels like you understand what it is. But really just making sure that that person has a chance to get their meaning across and not talking over them in an attempt to be helpful.
Thank you. Yes.
So it'd be really cool if we could have humor and fun in some of this, because I'm thinking, well, we aren't on a jury and no one killed anyone. So and everybody has different ways of, whatever humor, and we have to be careful about being sensitive. But if we could figure out some funny thing to do once in a while, just to lighten the mood, would be cool.
Thank you. Anything else that you would like to include on your list of agreements as a panel? Would you like us to, excuse me.
Are we going to get a summary of all this?
I was just going to read through them
Okay,
to make
thank
sure that there wasn't anything else you wanted to include.
Thank you.
And we will make it available and keep it available throughout the process. So let's go back from the top.
Just before we do that really fast, a couple of little things. Am I on the live stream? Can I share the live stream with you? one. I'm wondering if we could put this maybe up on the table even. I think if we shorten the legs just so it's on the live stream, or just behind the table would work fine too. So folks can see them as you're reading through them. And the second thing is, we've just made some decisions about alternates, and I'm wondering, at the suggestion of someone,
Estaba preguntándome
the panel have anything to add to this list before we close it out. And also welcome them and get to know folks who've been mysteriously sitting in the back of the room who are about to join your panel. So, yay, round of applause.
Much welcoming
I think those folks who I just talked to and gave seats to, please move on up here. And we're going to go around to each of you and just, if you can very briefly introduce yourself and how you'd like to be called, and actually, instead of the third question, fantastic. I should pause for transitions like that.
your name and what you'd like to be called, and also, instead of the third question, if you have anything to add to this discussion here, and nothing to add is a perfectly acceptable response. So can we go over here first? And absolutely, just push it and hold it close to your mouth, relatively speaking. There, that's it. More closely than you would think.
Hi, my name's Patty, and I have nothing more to add, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tina.
Oh, a little bit closer. Just pull it closer. You would? Fantastic.
I'm Tina. Can you hear me?
I think so. Is there a green light there?
Yeah, the green
okay,
light's
perfect.
on.
I think we're good.
I speak loud anyways. The only thing I would add to the agreement is the importance of allowing one person to speak at a time rather than someone else like interrupting and cutting in, hearing the person out. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. Who's next? Scanning the room. Fantastic.
My name's Patty, and I have nothing to add.
Cool.
My name is Trisha, and I don't have anything to add either.
Okay, super, thanks. And are we going all the way around up here, I think? Yeah, go for it.
My name is Andrew. Go by Andrew. And I don't have anything to add. I'm just, it's neat to see how diverse Petaluma is. I'm actually surprised. So, thank you.
Cool.
My name's Eric. I go by Eric, and I'm excited to meet more Petalumans. Been here for a long time, and I don't know everyone yet.
Well, thanks to all of you so much for being here and for being willing to jump on. And look forward to meeting a few more of your fellow panelists who are out sick or taking care of pre-existing sort of family things. And thank you, Dory, for letting me step in.
An honor and a pleasure. So we'll just wrap this up by quickly reviewing the agreements that you've all shared with us. We want to assume best intentions. Everyone should be offered a chance to speak in their own time, to be open to others' views, actively listen, active, patient listening, respect others' viewpoints, be non-judgmental. This is a discussion, not a debate. We are all in it together. When I say we, I'm meaning you. I don't include myself. Remember the task. Reach conclusion respectfully. Never take anything personally. Remember, we are all Petalumans and all neighbors. Seek clarification before reaching conclusions. Remember different learning styles. Give the speaker a chance to clarify. Lighten the mood. And allow one person to speak at a time. So I want to thank you for your first deliberative process here. This list can be a living document. If you have additions that you would like to make later in the process, please let us know, the process moderators, or the process advisors, or the moderators, and we will check them with the whole group. But for now, can everyone agree to these guidelines for your work together as a panel? Can I see a show of hands? Just see the teacher and me came out.
So I want to thank you again, and I'm going to hand this back off to our process advisors. To Alex, thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Wonderful. So we have one final activity before lunch, and lunch is looking really delicious back there. Thank you, Grace. So as we've said several times now, one of the beauties of being in a space that is you all who are randomly selected, but also representative of Petaluma's demographics, is that there's a ton of lived experience in this room about the topic that we're discussing today. So you will have an opportunity in just a few minutes. Your goal at this stage, as we've also said a few times, is to stay as open-minded as possible and learn from each other. So this is just the beginning of your journey. You will have many days to continue gathering information from different sources, but to begin to harvest that wisdom in the room, we are going to, and I hope this is fun and lighthearted, do a sort of speed dating exercise in which you will all be able to start getting to know each other better and ask each other about your personal experiences with the Fairgrounds. We want you to be able to speak with as many of your fellow panelists as possible. We'll do a few different rounds using the chairs over here, and then go straight to lunch. So, and as a reminder, when we step over into that side of the room, none of your conversations are recorded. We won't be using the microphones over there. Interpreters will follow individuals to the small group sessions, or in this case, these kind of pair share chairs. And if you are speaking with someone who is speaking in a different language than you do, they'll be working with consecutive interpretation. So just practice what we've practiced here, giving pause, allowing space for interpretation to happen. Okay, so the way this is going to work, and I'm about to pass it over to Carly to introduce this activity in more depth and then lead us through it. But you each will find a chair. We've arranged 2 rows of 18 chairs on that side of the room, and you'll be sitting across from somebody, and you will ask your partner a question that Carly will share with you. And then after a couple minutes, she'll say time. One row will move down, and we'll have several conversations in the course of the next half an hour. So pass it over to her, but first, I guess, any questions about the activity? Okay, great. Carly?
Great. Okay. My only direction at this point is please go over to those chairs that are lined up right there. We'll go from there once folks are actually seated, so you have like the experience of being there. So. It's okay. And just make sure you're across from someone. That's key to the exercise. Okay, can you all move down one? Thank you. Can you all move down so everybody's sitting next to each other in one direction? So like level it up, yeah. So like one person, so everybody's in a row next to each other, no spaces between, just so we can make sure we're all across from someone. Thank you all. We're getting closer than the last 2 years. So. Cool. Okay. Is there, who are the strong? I don't know who's who yet. Or do we have an even amount of people? Okay, empty seat. A triad, yes. Okay, triad. I'll give more specific instructions. Okay, so we are going to have, so in this exercise, I will give you all a prompt. Sorry, like who's talking? And then what will happen is one person will respond to the question for 2 minutes. Straight 2 minutes, just chatting. You can practice active listening, but it's not going to be like a back and forth conversation just for this exercise. So after 2 minutes, we'll switch. I will be timing. I will be shouting. I used to teach middle school students. I expect y'all to be way easier. Yes. And what we are going to do from there is then, after those 2 minutes are up, one row will move down. So you'll have a new person to talk to. This row will be sitting, because you can't walk, this row will be the one that's staying the same. Yeah, no worries. So the row on the other side, you will move one down to your left. Not the second, though, after we go back and forth. Okay. Are there any questions about this? Okay, and actually, how about we have, to make this easier, this side will start first, so y'all don't have to, like, look at each other and be like, who goes first? So this side can start first, and then this side will go second. Yes. So 2 minutes, and then, we're not going to go everybody. No, that's going to take the rest of the day. Yes. Exactly. We'll do it a couple times. Just straight across. Yes. Cool. Any other questions? Okay, this is a large group to be doing this exercise, but I trust the process. Okay. So I think it's on the wall somewhere, but just for the prompt for folks, what is your personal experience with the fairgrounds? And then specifically, if you would like to get into storytelling mode, when and why have you visited the property or heard about it? So we're just trying to dive in and see where we're all coming from. If you don't have specific direct personal experience, slow down, okay. Then you can talk about why you're interested in being here. Oh, yes, personal experience with the fairgrounds. Any specific stories you want to share about it. And also why you're interested, if you so desire to go in that direction too. Okay. 2 minutes. I just lost my phone in the ocean the other day, working with a new phone. We're on this ride together. Okay. Go ahead. What's that? Oh, awesome. Well, yeah, no, thank you. That's the accountability thing. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Both. It sounds really scary. Okay. Great. Okay, so please switch now to your to the other person, the people who are on this side. So the other person in the pair will discuss. Okay. Cool. Onward. Okay. If folks could wrap up in the next few seconds, that'd be great. Thank you. Cool. Okay, so folks who are further away from me, if you could stand up. Step to your left. One step one seat to your left. Whoever is down. Oh, actually, and the person at the end here will have to walk all the way to. Okay, so we're getting started now. last 2 minutes. Why don't folks switch partners? Can folks raise their hand if they heard me? There's one who... Can folks ready to switch partners? Okay, I'm going to assume. Okay. We have 2 more minutes. Okay. That was 4 minutes total, and I want to bring us back to just as a major group for a second. Thank y'all. Did y'all hear? Can we just return for a second? Thank you. I know, this is great. We're like warming up for a lunch where we can just keep talking to each other very enthusiastically for an hour. Okay, before we switch again, is there anything that anyone would want to share with the whole group about thus far, what you're learning? Yes.
Very official. Hi, I think what I'm learning is that we love the fairgrounds. We all want to see something really nice happen there. You know? That's what I think.
Anyone else? Something you're learning? Yes.
The importance of hearing the different viewpoints and perspectives.
Yes, important. What I'm hearing you say is importance of different viewpoints. And highlight on different, too, in some ways. Cool. Any other thoughts before we switch again? Yeah.
Love it or hate it, the racetrack is loud.
Love it or hate it, the racetrack is loud. Cool. Okay. Okay, so why don't folks on the opposite side stand up, move over one. We're going to do this 2 more times just so folks know where we're heading. Okay, 2 minutes is starting. Oh, okay, yeah, it would be great. Perfect. Not when facilitating, but like when wrangling.
Right. Yeah, it's a really good topic. Holding this.
Okay, switch please. To switch, yes. Oh, y'all can switch. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you can switch. The one after this, yeah. Okay. People are starting to get louder and louder and louder each time. It's great. It is. Part of me thinks I should stand up. I'm like so short.
Really impressive that they're so willing to be, forthcoming.
Yeah. And like really, it just seems like a really beautiful process.
Yeah, they're engaged.
Yeah. And like open-minded to like hearing, at least it's, yeah.
Right.
It's great. Okay. Can folks on this side move down this way? Did y'all hear me down here? Can folks move over one? This is our last switch. Oh, like this row is moving this way. That's yeah, many switches. Okay. Can folks move down one seat to the left? This is our final pair discussion. Is it too loud? Oh. Okay. So they can hear me screaming. Okay.
You sound great screaming.
Okay. Okay. So people can hear me on the screen. Okay. Hi, everyone. Okay, go ahead. 2 minutes. Yes, go ahead. little upstate. Okay, if folks could switch your partner speaking, that'd be great. 2 more minutes. Okay, that is our last formal conversation. Oh my God, that's beautifully fading away. Thank you all. Before we break for lunch, and Grace has a lunch announcement, is there anything folks would want to share before we break and bounce? Usually that's like, everybody's like, let's break and bounce, but yes. People, that you all love the fairgrounds? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, are there other thoughts? Other thoughts folks have just about listening to each other? Cool, okay. Thank you all. It's so great to hear your enthusiasm. Why don't I turn it over to Grace? There you are. And we can go from there. Thank you. Thanks for listening to my high-pitched voice.
Hi, everybody. It's the time you've all been waiting for. It's lunchtime. So everybody is invited to join us for lunch. We have chicken and potato salad and baked beans from
Wonderful. So a few of you have expressed a need for gluten-free, dairy-free items. There's one salad dressing that is gluten-free and dairy-free. The potato salad has no dairy and is gluten-free but not certified gluten-free. The chicken has no cilantro. If you are vegetarian, the baked beans, the potato salad are vegetarian. There are mushrooms. I would ask that everyone leave the mushrooms until everyone has had a chance, everyone who is vegetarian or who doesn't eat meat has had a chance to get their meal. If there's some left over, after everyone has had a chance to eat their meal, then we can all enjoy the mushrooms. But first, let the vegetarians eat the mushrooms. If you are an alternate panelist who has just come on the panel, I'd like to talk to you because I need papers. Some of you have given me paperwork, but I still need some more things, including the survey for the research project, which corresponds to a number in your binder. So I want to know what the number is in your binder. If you sat down at a place that has a binder, I need you to bring that binder and talk to me during lunch. And also I need to make sure everyone has a headset and that I know what the number on your headset is. So come talk to me at some point. I see a question. Okay, that's a great idea. If you are a vegetarian, you get to go first in line. And you may eat wherever you like. We can set up these tables here with chairs, so you can sit at the round tables. You can go outside on the patio and enjoy, okay? Oh, wait one more. $130, thank you. Okay, enjoy.
that was just a test.
Hello, hello. Welcome back. I think there's one or two more people in the restroom, so just wanted to let you all know we'll gather in 1 minute. Thank you so much for being prompt, and once I see that last person in the bathroom, we'll get started. An interpreter? Renata and the rest. All right, is everything good? We good to go? Okay, perfect. Thanks. Yeah. I'm going to start once. I think I just saw her go to the bathroom, or no? Okay. The next section is mostly reading time in their binders, so I think it'll be easy to catch her up when she gets here. Yeah. Yeah. I see. The live stream. Yeah. Thank you so much. Did you all get fed and time to rest? And okay, good. We're so grateful. Yeah. Good. Yeah. I know. Your brain needs the energy to digest. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. We'll go get more then. I'm so deeply grateful for both of you. Dory, are you available for our little stretch? Yeah? I'm going to make one announcement before, but, and Wonderful. Welcome back, everybody. I hope was lunch good? Yeah? Yeah. That was delicious. And thank you to the person who reminded me that I can unmask when I'm in front of the room. Here is my face. Good. Welcome to the afternoon. We're going to have Dory lead us in a little a little energizer, because the next activity is going to be turning to your written briefing materials and doing some silent reading, processing, and then sharing with your neighbor again at the table. But just so we all don't fall asleep while we quietly read, Dory's going to lead us in a little stretch. And first, there was a request to just announce that if anybody in the room has any needs for accommodation, any sort of accommodation that are currently not being met, please let us know. We're always receptive to that and want to make sure that all of those needs are addressed. So, to Dory.
Thank you, Alex. And with that in mind, and as a person who has had 8 ankle surgeries, feel free to remain seated or to stand. The idea, and we have a PT in the room, right? So you keep me in check. The idea is to be kind to ourselves and to take the time to hear what our body's telling us, and to make sure that we do what we need to feel comfortable and present with each other in the room. So if you are comfortable right now, if you could please just stand in your place. And if you're not comfortable, move whatever parts of your body feel comfortable for you. And this is gentle and it's not competitive. Let's not slap each other in the face. Thank you. Good reminder. Let's just gently roll our shoulders back for a moment. Let the blood flow all around your body. You don't need it all just in the head, right? And then the other direction, then roll forward a little bit. Feel free to not slap your neighbor, but let your arms move a little bit, however comfortable for you. If anyone can sing, I am more than happy to hand over the mic. And let's just very very gently roll our heads as well. Just put your ear towards your shoulder, back towards the other shoulder, drop your chin, slowly and gently, kindness to yourself. Take it the other direction for a moment. And then, if it's comfortable, bring your head back to center and very gently bend your knees and rise back up. This is not a yoga class. It's much less a Pilates class. Just get the blood flowing. Do what you need. Breath. Bring yourself back to center. Thank your body for carrying you through this process. And get ready for what's about to come. Thank you.
Thanks, Dory. That was great. Yeah. Okay. So now you all are going to have an opportunity to actually dig into the many pages in your panelist binders. So as a brief orientation to what's in there, I'm not sure if we've pointed this out yet, but the first tab contains general welcome materials. So that's where, we were looking at the staff, kind of who's in the room. That's where you'll find all locations, dates, and a bunch of pieces from Grace around stipends and reimbursements, etc. So that's kind of your go-to for anything about the project. And then the next tab, it's called Info. You want to flip to that. That's where we'll be looking here for the next activity. And what you'll find there are 3 different documents. So the City of Petaluma and the Fair Board, 4th District Agricultural Association, were both invited to present you some briefing materials. So up to 10 pages worth of written document about the context they think you should know about the fairgrounds. So what you'll find there is about 10 pages from the city, about 10 pages from the fair board, and then at the very end of that section, stakeholder statements. So these are statements that are about 200 to 250 words from members of the stakeholder committee that has been curating the information that you will hear throughout the course of this weekend. So you will hear from members of them later this afternoon, and you'll have more of an opportunity to read those stakeholder statements as well later this afternoon. So no need to worry about that right this moment. But what we want to give you some time to do is start to sift through the materials from the city and from the fair board. So those first 20 pages or so in that tab. Yeah, question? Oh, would you mind speaking into the mic?
Why no? I wouldn't. I was just going to ask on the stakeholders, are they organizations that currently or in the future have interest?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's the stake?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, and we'll cover more on that committee later, but yeah, so the city nominated organizations that they felt had some interest, could be past, current, future, really anything under the sun, stake in the fairgrounds. Yeah, happy to go into that more later as well. All right. So let's see if I missed anything. Yeah, question.
Yeah, we were talking at the table during lunch, and the question we have, I have, is the fairground people, the people that are occupying the fairground town, are losing the lease, right, on the 31st of next year. Are they leaving? Has the fairground, are those people moving to another location?
So this is an opportunity for two things. One, to explain a section of the binder that I forgot to mention, and two, to give you an example of how, when presented with a question about content, we will invite you to interrogate that and investigate that from the presenters you hear from the materials you have, and so I'll respectfully, leave that to the group to answer. Yeah, is that? Yeah, cool. And let me just respond to the second point there, which is that also what you'll find in the, excuse me if I look over, in the project tab of your binders is a little bit about the decision-making context. So a little bit of nuts and bolts related to what you just asked. You'll be able to find in the section called decision-making context. Yeah, let's take one more question, and then I want to reassure everyone that this is only the first tiny glimpse into these materials and the content. You'll have many, many hours to ask questions throughout the course of the weekend. So let's do one more question and then take a little bit of time quietly. Yeah.
Just a question. In the list, does the city have
Can you get a little closer? Sorry.
No, in the list, does the city have the option to buy the property?
So another question that maybe you'll find in the briefing materials some answers to. Yeah. And all right. We'll give you now about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Lynn? Yeah. 10 minutes of quiet reading time. Start to work through those materials, and again, you'll have more time to read throughout the course of the weekend, more time to ask questions, not your last opportunity.
Info.
Yeah, this is in the info. I mean, you can read about the project as well if you would like, but we're encouraging you to read the info tab right now. Yeah, those are your binders. Please feel free to take notes, underline, highlight. Alrighty. Give everybody just 30 seconds to wrap up the sentence or paragraph that they're on. So now invite you to turn to your neighbor, maybe the one that you introduced and met earlier, and to share what stood out to you. What have you learned from this first reading period here? We'll have just a couple minutes up until 2 o'clock to share.
right. Sorry to cut you off. When you come to the end of a sentence, please hold on. Thank you. It's always hard because I know there's lots of conversations happening that are great. But have faith you will have a gazillion hours of additional conversation time. This is only the very, very beginning. So before we move on to the next activity, I want to give people just a few minutes. If anybody's had an incredible realization in the last few minutes of discussion with your partner, just think on that for about 10 seconds. Has anyone had a realization given something said by the person next to you? And then I'm going to ask for hands. And we'll just take a couple of these and then move on to the next thing real fast. Okay. Anybody thought of something? A realization from... It doesn't have to be incredible, actually. That's an awfully high bar, isn't it? Okay. Go ahead. And, take the mic. Feel free to pick it up as well.
We were talking about the racetrack, and I like the racetrack, but I was like, well, if it's polluting the soil and stuff, that's a problem. And Robert here, pointed out that there's basically no way it's not polluting the soil, because we just talked about how it's, porous adobe and stuff. So I was interested in the environmental impact. I hadn't considered that before.
All right. And I think I saw a second hand right in this area right here, I think.
We found at this time the city is not considering housing development for the fairground site.
All right, and now let's take one more. I see a hand back here. Just take the microphone and...
I was actually reading that same exact sentence, and then I turned the page, and it says that it could be a great place for affordable housing on the next page. So I found that interesting.
All right, super. Hold on just a second. I think we're just doing, this is only the tiniest dip into this. We could go down a long rabbit hole on any of these things. So let's save that for the moment. Sorry. Cool. Thanks for sharing a few items there, and have faith. That was a lot more than you could possibly read in that amount of time. We'll come back to that several times. We just try to mix up the activities from one thing to the next and not have giant chunks of somebody talking or reading, etc., but mix it up. So with that in mind, I'm going to move on to something a little bit different. And then no worry, we'll come straight back to the content here in not very long, and have some presenters a little bit later today. So, as you may have seen over here, there's a rustling of activity as the moderators are sorting and passing out some papers onto the small group tables. This will be your first activity, I think, in those 6 small groups where you'll be spending quite a bit of your time. And you'll be mixed up between those groups every day, almost entirely at random. And today, 100% at random. And this is just a little sort of an exercise, sort of a little practice bit before we go into presenters, the first round of presenters later today, and where you'll have an opportunity to ask them questions. So this is a little exercise. The title of the sheet over there is called Tips for Asking Good Questions and Getting Good Answers. Because what we've realized sort of over the years of doing this is that, there's some kinds of questions that tend to get really useful answers, and some other kinds of questions that tend to not get so useful answers from the perspective of a panel trying to juice all the potential information possible out of the presenters in front of the room. So when I break you up into small groups here in just a moment, you'll go over to the tables and I will point out which table is which until we have a numbering system over there. And thank you. The universal slow down symbol. And the first thing you'll be doing is just reading through some of the suggestions here that we've gained from previous panels, and then doing let's say a made-up little exercise, and helping craft a few questions, and then just after that you'll be going into looking at who's presenting today and crafting questions specifically for them. All right, so I think that's enough explanation. I'll ask one of the moderators to just sort of stand by each table so I can point out what table is where. And we're going to split up like this. The first 6 folks right here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here. You'll be group 1 in the far corner. The next 6 folks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cutting off right here, will be at the next table in the back right there by the window. Sorry. Well, we have to use all the tables, so we will have to make space on that table. So by the window back there. Then from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I count? Is that right? To here, at this mirror table right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, take your binders. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I forgot about that important point. Please take your binders with you and the pen. You may want to take a notepad as well, although you have paper to take notes in the binder itself. Where was I here? Thank you. Starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Up. I know. I'll start from the other end. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be just 5 right there. Head to the table in the far corner that direction. Far corner in that direction. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Carl and you'll go to I think you'll go to this one here. Yep. Ta-da! That one. Was that clear? Okay. Yep. just 2 more minutes for this, and then we'll go on break, everybody. 2 more minutes. And it is officially break time. You can keep talking, but it is your break time until 3:10. Please come back promptly at 3:10. Please also, thank you very much, take your stuff back to the large rectangle and come back to the large rectangle. welcome back. This is a very prompt group, actually. We've only been doing this for a few hours, and virtually everyone's back at 3:11 or something. That's unbelievable. Fantastic. So as promised earlier, and on the agenda here, this is the first time of many these coming 3 days when you'll be hearing, sorry I'm standing right in front of you, it's just for the live stream here, I'll be back here. You'll be hearing from folks in the community on this topic, and as we mentioned earlier, these are members of the Informational Advisory Committee, which has been meeting for the last 2 months, putting in a lot of work on trying to get together information to bring to you. All the presenters that are going to be presenting this weekend have been selected by the IAC, and a little bit more about how the IAC was formed. So the city, in commissioning this project, nominated a whole number of stakeholders, dozens and dozens of different stakeholders, and the whole list is on the website, incidentally, if you'd like to see them all, in 12 different categories. Plus the city itself and the fair board, or the fair and the city, each got 1 seat on this committee as well. And there's 12 categories. Under each of those categories were a number of different nominated organizations, and then, surprise, surprise, because we love a lottery whenever we can get it, we lottery selected from within the nominees who volunteered to be part. So there was a randomized process, sort of like how you were selected, except it wasn't from the general public. It was from these various lists of nominated organizations. And again, you can look at the whole list and who's on that committee. You may have a list, I forget, of who is on that committee in your binder. Am I wrong? The last page of the Welcome tab is the full list of the members of the IAC and their organizations. So the IAC has done a number of things. First, to curate this sort of batch of presenters who are going to be presenting at some length in the next few days from a variety of different perspectives, and writing those statements, which you've just spent some time reading, at least the first few of. And members of the IAC also had the opportunity to come and present for a certain amount of time. The committee decided on 4 minutes to present to you all whatever they want about their perspective and sort of category of stakeholders on this topic. There's one other thing that I want to mention here today, which is that one of the presenters today has slides, and that is unusual. We think that's maybe the only person who's going to be presenting from this group who has slides. There was not a rule or anything that was made by the committee about that either way. So with that in mind, we've sort of last minute made a bit of a compromise, which is that yes, you can use slides. Oop, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry about that. The big sign is right here, too. Oh, my goodness. Which is, I guess, maybe instructive for all of you. Slow down and take a little pause if you can. But I know you're on a time limit here. Right. So we made sort of a compromise decision, hopefully, that, yes, slides, we didn't say one way or another. The committee didn't make a decision one way or another. And so, yes, slides are okay, but we won't be distributing them to you all. Everybody here is getting 4 minutes each to say what they want. And it's just those 4 minutes that are sort of the key part in order to try to make it as fair as possible between the different members of the IAC. Okay, I think that's, before we get started, any questions from the panel about the stakeholder committee or about these presentations before I turn it over to presenters? I should also say you will have time, as you've been preparing questions, to ask any take a note down of any questions you might have and that you might think of while they're talking. Okay, Alex, anything else I need to say? Nope. Sweet. Shall I go ahead? Or do you want to trade off? Trade off. Go for it. Okay, fabulous. So, start that. Actually, no, I can't go for it because I have to deal with things over here on the tech table. We must trade off.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to the four of you for being here, and we will go in the following order, so just in alphabetical order. Anne will go first, and then Christy at the end, and then Katie, and Diana. And we haven't said these folks' names yet, right? Present what organization you were with. First we'll have Anne Edminster, who is with Climate Action Petaluma and is representing environmental and climate groups. And Anne, we will put 4 minutes on the clock. And just an FYI to folks sitting in this area, Lynn, did you already say this? There will just be a little beep when the timer goes off, so don't be alarmed. That's just to help our presenters keep track of their time. All right, pass the floor to Anne.
We good? Okay. Hey, everybody. Besides being with Climate Action Petaluma, I also chair the city's Climate Action Commission. So guess what? I'm all about climate. We've all heard, think globally, act locally. And this is true now more than ever. Here in Petaluma, as much as in any city, county, or country, there are 2 existential things we need to take responsibility for. Reducing climate-damaging carbon emissions and redressing social inequities. This amazing 55 acres of the Fairgrounds is not only in the heart of Petaluma, it is the heart of Petaluma, and it can help us with both of these things. In terms of climate emissions, we need to get out of our cars. In order to do that, it means we need to create jobs, services, food, and housing in the heart of Petaluma, where they can be accessed by anyone in town. It also means we need good, safe, cool, and pleasant access by foot, bike, and frequent public transit. Equity is about BIPOC residents' needs and also about the elderly, disabled, and youth, our kids and grandkids. Equity means the same things I mentioned before: jobs, services, food, and especially affordable housing that is attractive, safe, and central to all the city's resources. All of these critical needs bring us back to the heart of Petaluma, this incredible, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a vital center pulsing with the richness of everyday life. Both are the things most loved about what happens there now, and so much more. It will take passion, creativity, and commitment, but it can be done. So I'm here to ask you, please don't settle for the status quo. It's simply not enough for what we need. I implore you to choose a vibrant, resilient future for the heart of Petaluma and everyone who lives here.
Thank you, Anne. Under time. Next we have Christy Hubacher, sorry, with the Sonoma Marin Fair.
Hello. See if everyone can hear me. Yeah. Okay. Hi, I am Christy Hubacher. I am the CEO the Sonoma Marin Fairgrounds, also known as the 4th DAA. We are a state agency under CDFA, California Department of Food and Agriculture. Our grounds are funded by the state. With over 105 events booked for 2022 alone, this does not include our 5-day fair in June, North of the Gate wine competition, homebrew competition, emergency services including mobile vet, routine health screening, COVID testing sites, fire evacuation efforts, K-9 training for local and state agencies, fire safety classes with the Fire Marshal Department, and the 4th of July celebration put on in collaboration with the city. Sorry, I'm getting nervous. Coming back to fire evacuation efforts. Unfortunately, fire seasons are a reality where we live. Our fairgrounds is the only fairgrounds in our area that has never also had to be evacuated. As Petaluma citizens, you all know that Petaluma is a safe haven. Our safe haven is important not just to our community, but to Northern California as a whole. We have RV hookups, we have livestock amenities, we have housed over 300 families, senior homes, and livestock including cattle, goats, horses, chickens, rabbits. And if not here, then where do they all go? That is my question. Once we have pieced off this land originally was 100 acres in the original bond. This land has been pieced off slowly over time, and we're now down to about 60 acres. And once you piece off more of it, it will not be undone. And where will everybody go? All 105 events and all 300 families. I would like to see the city collaborate with us as a state agency. As a state agency, we have resources that are underutilized due to lack of communication with the city. There are grants out there that we could be eligible for had we had a long-term lease, including a $30 million grant that we are in the running for if we have a lease. I'm also a proud Petaluma citizen. I was raised here. I raised my children here. I coach here. And I live next door to the fairgrounds. Our fairgrounds offer so much to the community, from PTAs to our events include PTAs and fundraisers. We open up our doors to local dance groups and youth clubs. We host rodeos, races, a racetrack that has been there longer than probably any of us have been alive, second generation paintball lands, over coffee shop and taco trucks, and doggy daycare. We have elementary school, a junior high, and a preschool. These are these folks' livelihoods, and we offer affordable rent for them to continue their livelihood, to grow and expand. We would like to continue to grow with them, given the opportunity.
Thank you, Christy. All right, next we have Katie Lundy with the Liberty School District, representing the schools and education stakeholder category.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. I know it's late in the day. So thank you for your patience and for listening to us. A lot different talking from the students than stuff. So please be kind. Focusing on education, I think it's so important. And you may be wondering, how does the fairgrounds relate to education? There's so many community events that happen at the fairgrounds, and our students will go to these events and they'll come back and say, "Oh, look at the concert I went to. You know, it was about this." And if we don't know about that, then we look it up and we use that as a building block for some discussions that we can have in class. You know, the fairgrounds, Dan had said, it's the heart of Petaluma. It's centrally located. It's so accessible to so many people. You know, and the events that they can attend there and just build on that. And I was talking to one of the schools that's on there now and what they're going to present to you, because they have so many ideas of taking on that role of being that central hub and what you can offer as that school district and how they can expand on cultural things and diversity. The
the fair hosts Ag Days, and part of our social studies curriculum is what is important in your community and your surroundings. And learning about agriculture and its root here in Petaluma is so important. When you go to this Ag Day with over 1,000 kids, and they're just soaking up the information. The same thing I think is true during the fair. You know, the public, the kids, you know, we're building these leaders of tomorrow. And the more experiences they can have, you know, the better knowledge they will have to grow in whether they're studying climate or the environment or animals or science, the more opportunities we can give them, and using the fairgrounds to deliver that kind of opportunity is going to benefit everybody. It could be a hub of performances that populations of students can go to. Right now we have Santa Rosa and we have Marin County. We have nothing in between. So hopefully the fairgrounds is looking to the future and say, how can we support more opportunities for performances students can attend? And also I think partnering with, and we do some of this already, but partnering with places like the Boys and Girls Club or Mentor Me or Big Brothers and Big Sisters. There's so many kids that need a place to go after school. And those schools that are already there are willing to facilitate extra programs for these kids to attend. I think the facility alone has so much potential, and as education changes and the way we did things in the past, we need to change that and offer more opportunities for parents and for students. And this is the hub of Petaluma where we could start, you know, and be on the forefront.
Thank you, Katie. All right, we need just one moment of tech setup now before we pass it to Diana. Oh, and is that okay? Feel free to move if that is in your eyes at all. Okay. All right, next we have Diana Spalding with the Petaluma Regional Library representing the property neighbors.
Thank you. Neighbors of the Midtown area wanted to share something about their vision for the future of the fairgrounds and something about the impact that the fairgrounds has on them today. Midtown Petaluma, also known as Old East Side, is a charming, family-friendly neighborhood that has some of the oldest homes in the city. A couple of neighborhood leaders and I put together a very short survey. We did outreach through email, Nextdoor, and put up a flyer in the library asking, what is your wish or vision for the future of the fairgrounds? Got responses from almost 20 neighbors who live on Kayran Street, East D Street, Vallejo Street, and Jefferson Street. And you can see those outlined in red on the map, and they're very close to the fairgrounds. So we got a lot of ideas in the responses. The top two responses that were mentioned by 70% of the people were an accessible public park and spaces for events. One person said, we need more open spaces in Petaluma and we need more trees. This could be Petaluma's Central Park. A little more than half of the people mentioned keeping the emergency shelter function of the fairgrounds, and almost 40% mentioned that they really did not want to see the speedway or the races continue. Given the stated climate action goals of the city, also fuel intensive loud noise generating air polluting stock car races need to stop. However, almost a third of the respondents also wanted to maintain all of the current uses of the fairgrounds. Other ideas came up, including the importance of bicycle and pedestrian access and parking. I'd like it to have ample parking, but also be very pedestrian friendly, support support easy access from the surrounding neighborhoods. Parking is also important to the library. We only have 20 parking spaces and rely on the fairgrounds lot for overflow. Other ideas came up: community center, city government buildings, affordable housing, 5 people wanting it, 3 against. Also a mixed response for mixed housing and retail. A number of the neighbors really want you to understand that what happens at the fairgrounds echoes throughout the neighborhood. As residents closest to the fairgrounds property, we are most impacted by noise, pollution, and traffic created at fairgrounds events. Sound travels freely within the fairgrounds without barriers or dampening obstructions. There are really no noise mitigation measures taken. Live event vendors use broadcast quality amplification sound systems, and the result is that loud noises flood the neighborhood day and night into yards and homes of thousands of residents. Closest proximity. Recent development of the Target strip mall and freeway barrier amplifies these sounds even more. Sound compliance is 60 decibels, but events need to stay within this limit, and it seems like they don't. You can see from the image that sound just bounces off and back into the neighborhood. A number of neighbors really feel that the fairgrounds are not being good neighbors. They have to call the police, and there are too many stock car races, 7 months of the year, and concerts as well. So let's be good neighbors.
Thank you, Diana. All right. Thank you, and now we'll have some time for Q&A with the panel. And I just want to give us a couple reminders for that Q&A. Just a reminder both to members of the speaker panel and to you as panelists that the goal right now is background information and clarifying questions. So to work together as a group to try to understand the terminology, the context, and just the basics of this question. So this is a time for discovery right now, and there will be lots and lots of time later for making decisions, for expressing opinions. So let's right now just focus together on understanding what the topic is. So the format will be, and might ask a moderator to help me take stack on a flip chart here. Let's feel free to raise your hand and remember to speak into the mics and address your question to either one speaker up here or to any or all. Who has a question? Right, Mary?
This question is for Christy. You mentioned a $30 million grant. Can you tell us what that's for?
Yes, so, keep mine is on. Can you hear me? Yeah, so the state, like I said, we're a state-funded agency. So as it stands now, the state divvies up its total annual fundings between the 52 DAAs. So there are 52 district agricultural associations. We are 4. The DAAs are broken down in funding depending on our size, our prosperity level. So we're actually a very prosperous fairgrounds. We're considered ideal amongst the fairgrounds. Always in the green. So our funding's a little less from the state. What the state is talking about doing is they received a large portion of money, and instead of dividing it amongst all the fairgrounds, they have an idea to create a more impactful use on 4 fairgrounds. So splitting the state of California into 4 regions, picking a fairgrounds from each of those 4 regions that fits the ideal needs of, so the things to qualify is commercial kitchens. We have multiple buildings, which we have, because that's important for evacuations. That way if there's an outbreak, say COVID, lice, what have you, you can break off groups and quarantine those issues, which is what has made us ideal for evacuations. RV hookups, centrally located so that folks, because there's been cases where folks who have been evacuated have been there for over 100 days. So it's important for grounds to be centrally located so folks who are there long term can get to groceries. I'm sorry. Yes.
Right.
Sorry. Okay. I guess I don't need to explain why centrally located is important to folks who've been evacuated from their homes. Anyway, we meet all those requirements, and we're also very centrally located in California. And as I mentioned, we're the only fairgrounds in our areas not also have to be evacuated, which makes us the ideal candidate for that $30 million grant, which would completely rebuild our grounds. New facilities that cater not only to our direct community needs, but to our greater community throughout our region of California. And really the only thing holding us back is the fact we don't have a lease. And if it's not us, the next closest EAA would be Napa. And they might just skip from there. I don't know how big the region for our area is.
Thank you. Other questions? Feel free to raise your hand. Oh, let's go. Can you shout out your names? That means we can get them unstuck. Jackie first, and then we'll go to Tina, and then there's another hand. Greg. Thank you. All right, Jackie.
So this is addressed to those who've spoken about affordable housing specifically. I guess, do you have a plan for amenities like parking, like effective public transit that runs during non-traditional work hours that keeps affordable housing actually affordable to people without demanding a major life change?
Before we get answers to that, is there a particular speaker who you'd like to address that to?
I think a couple of them spoke to affordable housing, so whoever...
Okay. We'll just give everybody the opportunity to go down the line then, starting from next to me on. Thank you.
Yeah, the issue of affordable housing has come up in discussion actually within the IAC. Feedback that I got from neighbors did not mention specifically transportation. However, transportation did come up as active transportation needing improvement in the fairgrounds area, so you wouldn't have to have a car. Many people know that there's a network of Bolt bikes, e-bikes going in around town. Yeah, there's going to be a station for rental e-bikes right outside the library, in the library's driveway, actually. I don't think anybody who responded to this survey had a full-blown plan for affordable housing, but a number of people mentioned how much it's needed.
You should ask. We actually had 3 presentations on transportation just last night at the Climate Action Commission meeting, and the first one was from Petaluma's transit manager, specifically talking about Petaluma Transit, and there was way too much detail for me to commit to memory, but I will say I was extraordinarily impressed with their plans to expand transit, increase hours of service, increase frequency, pilot both free programs, extending free transit to larger numbers of people than it's presently available to, and also discounts. Another thing that's in the works is area-wide better coordination among different transit services to improve connectivity, for example, among Smart Petaluma Transit, Golden Gate Transit, Sonoma County Transit. So So I think it's safe to say that we're going to see a lot of improvements through town and connecting within the region over the next several years. So, and certainly the middle of the city is going to see a lot of that.
Can I ask a clarifying question for Anne?
Let's at least let all four panelists have a chance to respond, and then we'll go to one clarifying question briefly before continuing staff.
Hi, I didn't speak to low-income housing, but on the note of it, I encourage, and this is something we spoke about in our IAC meetings, sooner rather than later, city lawyers and state lawyers need to present to you all because there needs to be clarification of what legally can go in there. I'm not sure housing can even legally go in there under the bond under which those lands were sold. I'm not sure. Sorry. It's not, sorry, I'm talking too fast. I don't think it's something that a city council member can answer. I don't think it's something one of my board members can answer. So I'd really like to see legal get in here. And if they don't get in here, I do encourage you all to reach out. Our lawyer is Hag. Their lawyer, I don't remember the city lawyer's name, but they're public servants. So you can reach out to them, and I encourage that to be presented to this panel before too much time down any one rabbit hole, whether it be housing or community parks or otherwise.
Thank you. And one clarifying question.
So this is for Anne specifically. You talked a lot about transit, but I guess part of my concern being a recent move is actually being able to increase parking if housing goes in so that people who have to commute further than the immediate Petaluma and surrounding areas can effectively do so without it being a 2.5-hour public transit commute to the city or to somewhere beyond where those systems reach.
Now, I do know that the city's parking standards are being looked at actively right now, and particularly as part of the general plan update process. What the outcome of all that will be is beyond my crystal ball gazing capability. But, obviously when housing goes in, there is some parking provision. How much parking provision remains to be seen.
Thank you all. Let's go to Tina.
I have a question regarding the evacuation site. Are there alternate evacuation sites if the fairgrounds were no longer available for people and animal evacuations in the event of fires?
Long answer short, no, there's not. The Casey Center, where we're at now, Community Center, has tried to go up as an evacuation center before. However, we run into the issue of there's not livestock housing here. This is all one big building, so should there be an outbreak of anything, there's no way to contain it, and those folks end up getting moved once again. So, long answer short, no, there's not another evacuation center besides us.
All right, we'll go to Greg.
Hello, this question is for Anne. I know Petaluma needs affordable housing, but how is the building of housing units there going to affect public access to the, whatever future we decide to do with the fairground?
Yeah, great question. I think one of the things that's a little bit hard to create a mental picture of is right now there's a lot of underutilized space on that 55 acres. So we need really excellent creative planners who can create that vision and put flesh on the bones for that, so to speak. But I don't view these as either or choices. I believe we have an opportunity to accommodate many things. I think we can accommodate evacuation uses. I think we can accommodate recreational uses. My background is in architecture, a little bit of planning, not so much. I'm not expert on this, but I've seen and studied a ton of innovative planning projects that layer in many, multiple uses and look at, space needs, the time of use needs, and can figure out a mix. So I would just sum that up by saying I don't see any of these things as being mutually exclusive.
Thank you. Take a couple more hands. I see, would you shout your name for me? Seeley, and then Darby, and then Wes. Seeley. Great. So thank you. A reminder from our amazingly patient interpretation team for between each question and answer and next piece, let's take a pause for them to get caught up. And I also, that reminds me, wanted to, I forgot to mention at the beginning of this, that I highly encourage everybody to be taking notes throughout this question and answer period. You'll be collecting information all week long, so just an encouragement to use your notepads and the binder paper in the back of your binder. So, to you, Seeley.
So my question is about 4-H. So I was thinking that maybe Catherine from Liberty, if you I don't know if you'll have an answer for me about this, but what group does 4-H belong to? Where in that deciding whether or not 4-H activities and activities for students that you're talking about, Farmers of America, what group would need to still exist for those to exist in a future fairground plan?
Moment of pause. Great. Go ahead.
University of California Cooperative Extension, that's who runs the 4-H program. Those 4-H exhibitors enter a fair and show their animals and display the projects that they've made through the fair's guidelines. You can enter, as a 4-H member, you could enter very different fairs all over. That makes sense. So if the fairgrounds wasn't there, if that's what you're asking, could the kids still show and exhibit?
No, I guess I did understand that a university belongs to that entity and that they can enter a different fairground. So I guess then it is just whether or not the fairground, a technical fairground exists there, is whether or not that they can have 4-H, like the local 4-H kids can participate. So I guess Christy then has the answer.
Brief pause.
Okay. Yes, so we also, outside of the fair, we also host sanctioned shows. So we just had the Holstein show recently. We have a rabbit show coming up. So there are shows outside of the fair. To enter into a fair, your fair basically has to list what counties they're opening it up to. Our fair is open. We're one of the most widely open fairs. So 4-H and you don't have to be a part of 4-H to show, however. You can enter from Sonoma, Marin, Solano, Mendocino, Lake, and Napa County. So we've actually opened ours up to 6 counties. So youth from any of those counties can show at our fair. I don't know what our neighboring fairs are open to, but some fairs are only open to their specific counties. So Sonoma County or Marin County. We try to be all-inclusive.
Thank you. And before we go to the next person on the list, I'll take 2 more hands. I believe that was, what's your name? Deb, Brian. Okay, and let's see where we are on time once we get through this list. So next to Darby.
Hi. So if the environmental concern, I guess this is a question for concern for building affordable housing in that area is that people need to be accessible for biking and walking to midtown amenities. When there's plenty of open rural land to build on around Petaluma, why does that outweigh the accessibility for the current residents to be able to bike and walk to the 120 plus events that are held there now, that are attended by thousands and thousands of people? How does that outweigh the need?
I don't see it as outweighing the need at all. Again, I think there's a real opportunity to allow more people with that same access. And in terms of the open land around Petaluma, the town has enacted an urban growth boundary such that we can only go so far into those open spaces. Also, the farther from the center we create housing, the more we induce reliance on automobiles to get to the more central resources. So as a society, we need to be getting people closer to their everyday needs, or we're not going to have a livable planet. It's that simple. We have all of our planetary systems are already starting to collapse, so we can't afford to keep pushing outward, getting rid of some of the ag land. We can't afford to get rid of the wetlands that process so much of our waste and produce oxygen for us. We can't afford to increase our reliance on roadways, paving over those incredibly valuable lands. There are just so many reasons why we have to be contained within the space we already have and make people accessible to all the things they need by bike, by foot, by public transit.
Right, next we will go to Wes.
Okay. Hi, this is a question for Diana. So if you're a representative for the Petaluma Regional Library, the survey sounded like it was limited to just the Old East Side neighborhood and not the entire region of Petaluma. And if that is the case, why, since the decision would affect the entire region?
When I applied to be an IAC member, I was told that the group I would be representing is the neighbors of the fairgrounds. And I think it was understood by Healthy Democracy and myself that encompassed the Midtown neighborhood. So I understand definitely that the development or lack of development of the fairgrounds affects the entire Petaluma area. There are certain uses of the fairgrounds that definitely have a much greater impact on the neighbors. I had one person tell me I have never been able to use my yard on a Saturday afternoon because the noise is intolerable 7.5 months of the year. I was pretty upset about it.
Just a quick add-on, there was a survey done if you're looking for one that's larger than just the direct neighbor. It's linked on our website. I think it's on the city's website too. We did it in collaboration pre-COVID.
Right, we'll go next to Deb.
There was two things.
Sorry, I jumped in too quickly. Okay.
There was two things. One, I don't know what IAC stands for.
Thank you. The Informational Advisory Committee.
And two is, we don't have Christie's information in our booklet, so I wanted to know what exactly your title is and write that down. we have everybody else, but for some reason it was skipped, right? Correct?
Christy Hubacher. I am the Chief Executive Officer for the 4th DAA, so CEO for short. My office is always open, and you can reach me at info@sonoma-marinfair.org. Sonoma-marinfair.org. I'm also happy to submit a statement if that's helpful.
I'll just offer a little clarifications. There are 14 members of the Informational Advisory Committee, and that is the whole roster is on the final page of your welcome tab. And I believe there are 11 people who submitted a written statement. So just some clarification there. And we'll go next to, was that your whole question? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go next to Brian, and then we'll take another round of hands.
This
Sorry.
is actually for any and all of you.
Small pause, apologies. Okay.
This is for any and all of you. If you could get your constituents' way, for lack of a better way to express it, what would you see the future of the fairground look like in as few words as possible?
I guess we'll go this way to this way. State-funded expo center.
Combination, event center, civic center, performance center, housing, retail, transportation.
I would say event center and performance center.
Quick pause.
I would say a multi-use facility with noise mitigation and sustainable small development.
All right. We will now take a few more hands, and I thought that might be the case. I'm going to first go to people who have not yet asked questions, and I believe when I saw hands before that you were one of the first. So what's your name? Oh, no. You've already asked a question, though. Is that right? No. Okay. What's your name? Liz. All right. We're going to Liz. And if I remember correctly, there's a next hand over here. Izzy, right? Izzy? Do you have any recommendations for doing this more? Okay. And then we'll go to Ifti and Andrew. And then we have about 15 minutes left for this Q&A. And any other questions you have, hang on to them for the next Q&A session. We'll be doing this all weekend long. So we'll go to Liz next.
Okay, so hello. My question would be for Christy, DAA, with sort of taking some of what I've heard from neighborhood, Diana. Obviously the survey that they performed is a limited sample. I admit that, and that it is a broader spectrum of Petaluma that is affected by all of this. But to give a little extra come on to the people who live right in the neighborhood who are so affected by this, it's been made very clear from that survey, and even in our, maybe I'm saying, I don't want to absolute made very clear, but one of everybody's biggest complaints is the racetrack and the sound. So you've mentioned this grant that you guys are possibly going to get. Is that grant solely going towards an expo center, or is some of that grant money going to be used in order to either create a sound wall barrier, even taking some of the climate implementations into it, into getting them to, I guess, upgrade an infrastructure, something that would be a little bit more conducive to other parts of the panel, would be my question, I guess.
A lot of parts to that, but, oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I know sound's a complaint. I live next to the fairgrounds. It's actually, so the city ambient noise is 60 dBA. That's supposed to be when there is no noise, no events. That's not what an event has to adhere to. An event can go as loud as 90 dBA. Our contract states that events cannot go over 80 dBA. So we actually hold our event producers to a stricter standard on sound than anywhere else in the city of Petaluma. I meet regularly with the compliance team. Doug Hearn is who I've been meeting with to try and see how we can help mitigate sounds. Obviously, the city laws, which allow sound to go as late as 10 p.m., city doesn't actually want that. Community doesn't actually want that. We've restricted our events to 9 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. And most recently, after the most recent set of complaints, we've restricted Sunday events to 8 p.m. We're trying to do our best. I've reached out to city managers. I've tried to start conversation. I've not gotten a lot of positive replies, so that's what led me to the compliance team and city of police. The police have never had to shut down one of our events this year. I will clarify that. I regularly track DBA readings using a sound reading system recommended to me by the city compliance team. I'm giving up all my weekends to do that because I do want to find a solution. The $30 million grant is not a guarantee. I want to clarify that. But to even be considered for it, we do have to have a lease. If we have a lease and if we get that $30 million grant, we would work in collaboration with the city, which is what I had stated in my opening statement. I would really like to see the city of Petaluma work together with the 4th DAA, a state agency in combination with the city of Petaluma. I mean, sky's the limit, right? And we could create primarily indoor facilities, because it's outdoor events that are getting complaints. I map the complaints. It's the outdoor events. And I think a large reason for that is the echoing, because the city has really built up around us. And as you all know, you put walls around something and sound echoes back. So I think it's a need for adjustment on city sound ordinance. I think it's a need for collaboration between the state and the city. I think that's a big project, and we do want to work together with them. I've had neighbors come in and talk to me, and I take their suggestions under advisement. I try to do my best to adhere to that. And you know, we're trying to be good neighbors. Like I said, my door is always open. If neighbors come and talk to me, I talk to them. And we're constantly trying to change our sound standards to mitigate that. But the events that get complaints are rodeos. Only rodeos. I haven't received complaints for any other events. And folks keep asking me, why don't I put the rodeos somewhere else? Because animals need good footing. There's only one area on our grounds that has good enough footing that is safe for the riders and the animals. and that's Lot B. And unfortunately, Lot B does not have any sound barriers around it. So rodeos always happen on Sundays, hence the 8 p.m. Sunday limit. And that's the best I can do for now until we get funding to build a better indoor facility. Did I answer everything?
All right, let's go next to Izzy.
This is again for you, Christy. Regarding the lease, how far are you on reviewing the lease? And my second question is, your plans, how long do you think it's going to take you to do the environmental impact report?
I believe environmental impact report would be for Anne, correct? In terms of renewing the lease, the city has not sat down to talk with us about it at all. So as far as I know, there is no drafted renewal of lease. There is no intent to keep us at all, as far as I know, which is unfortunate. And it's scary because these are our jobs, and we have long-term employees, long-term tenants. And as I mentioned, we've been there longer than most City of Petaluma residents have been alive. And now we're facing a very unknown future. But I will ride it out to the end. In terms of getting an environmental impact report, I can pass the mic to Anne. We do have an economic impact report that's been done several times, which is also on our website. I don't know if it's on the city's website. I actually don't think that probably is a question for me, but Izzy, you should probably clarify. Environmental impact report, did you intend that as a question related to the $30 million and what it would fund, or to something else?
Because I had talking about building a kitchen, I think we talked about, some of the buildings which you wanted to have inside the property, different type of area.
All right, so again, the $30 million is not guaranteed. I don't want to dangle a carrot in front of you all, like an promised carrot. There is a Fairgrounds that this has already been done at. There's a layout for it. I did put forward for Mike Francisconi or Michael Flores from CDFA to talk to you all. They're the ones actually heading that, those grants and Fairgrounds, revamping of Fairgrounds, so they could speak more to that, and I hope they get a chance to talk to you all. And if they don't make the cut, they're, again, public servants. You can find their emails and contact them.
Okay, got about 5 minutes left, so if these last couple of questions could, try to keep it a little bit brief to get to folks who are already on the list. Next, Effie.
In answer to one of the questions, I think Anne, all of you said that how the future of the playground will look like. The answer that is I think retail outlet will be there, something civic center, retail outlet. So do you guys have any research or study that considering the population of Petaluma 60,000, that we will need more commercial center and retail center, and how it's going to affect the environment and traffic congestion that we already have?
Great question, and I think that's a fair one. The future of retail is very much in question. I mentioned that not as something, as a necessity, but as a potential opportunity. I think that whatever happens at the site should be subject to considerably more study, and as I mentioned, particularly input from very skilled design and planning firms to look at those issues, exactly what the distribution of uses should be. Question, thank you.
Right. Let's go to Andrew.
This one's, I guess, for Anne. You mentioned about urban growth boundaries prior. Within 1.5 miles of the fairgrounds, there's 63 acres that was sold to a investment firm out of Menlo Park, and there's 50 acres that was sold to an investment business out of Indiana. And those both are run parallel with the smart rail system. Has there been any proposals offered to other open, undeveloped lots within the city limits, so both the fairgrounds and the housing can be met?
I actually don't know what other land deals there may be in the pipeline. That would be a question for our planning staff. And I know that having our planning director speak to you was very high on the list in terms of the informational advisory committee's choices. So we had hoped she might be available this weekend, but not. And so we're hoping that either she or her staff will be able to speak to you and provide more detail on that type of thing in a subsequent time frame. That's helpful.
Thank you. Let's see. We have time more. Should we? No. A burning question can slip in, and everybody else, I know many of you had questions, so please write them down. This is by far, this is only your very first opportunity to ask questions, but let's go here and then we'll close.
This question is for Christy. I'm talking about the racetrack. I live in Petaluma forever, and it's a lot of noise. The question is this: is it possible to replace them with something else, or move them to another city?
Pause.
As far as I know, there's nowhere else for them to go. So if we go away, so goes a many generation racetrack. Fun fact, Kenilworth Colts, our junior high, is named after the original racetrack there. So whether they're there now or not there in the future, the history of that racetrack will always be a part of this community. And the future of race is always evolving, and I don't know if you've met any of the racetrack people, but they are passionate, wonderful people, and they love what they do, and they're always trying to better their impact on the environment, the community. They always end their races early in an effort to be conscientious to neighbors. There's a future for electric cars. I don't want to speak to what their business plan is, but I think, again, as I've been saying this whole time, if we work together rather than against each other, the sky's the limit, and we can all learn to be good neighbors to each other without having to see people's livelihoods and dreams thrown to the winds.
All right. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you for your questions. And can give them a round of applause just as a thank you for being here, spending your Friday afternoon with us. All right, and our speakers can make their way. Thank you again. And I will pass it to Lynn to just discuss a few closing pieces before we end our first day together.
Give me 1 second, and while folks are moving, and also Grace, think if there's any housekeeping that I figured. So let me say something first, and I'll pass it to you. Well, not knowing whether you would be selected onto the panel. And thanks to the folks who have been on the panel for quite a long time and held on through all the multi-stages of this selection process. And I hope the breadth of experience and perspectives in the room is evidence of why the lottery happened like that, and that this starts to pay off and is a good time. Let me pass it to Grace.
Just a quick note that I have name tags for those of you who joined us today. So if you are an alternate panelist who is now an official panelist, I have your name tag at the desk, so stop by to pick that up. The other thing was that we had questions about what to do with the packets and the receivers in between sessions. So I'm assuming that each panelist will take their own packet home with them and bring them back every time.
Complicated answer, Joy. Okay. Of course, there's a more complicated answer. Sorry, Grace. No, that is partially true. You're very, very welcome to take your materials home. Please definitely leave these here so that we can charge the batteries overnight. That's very important. We have just enough for panelists, staff, and a couple of extras that we're using over here. And also, but feel free to take your binder home. Just be very sure to bring it in the morning because, as you've already seen, it has lots of important stuff in it that you'll be referring to quite a bit, in addition to all of your notes. However, you are also welcome to, just to remember the other parts of this, you are also very welcome to leave it here. If you decide to leave any of your things here, that's just fine. Just please sort of fold them into your binder, because we're going to be reshuffling the whole room. We love a good lottery, so you all will be randomly shuffled when you come in tomorrow. And I think that's the answer to that question. Did I see a hand over here with a clapping?
You answered my question. I was wondering where we would leave our binders if we wanted to just leave them here.
Just in front of where you were. That's perfect. And you can leave your name tag in your binder as well. You can leave it here, or if you want to take your binder home, just leave your name tag there. That's great. Question?
Questions, and maybe they'll be answered later, but can we request speakers, or is it laid down who's speaking?
Oh, an important process detail that would be perfect to say right now. I'm so glad you asked. Yes. After this weekend, you are almost entirely in control of your own information. So, this first weekend, the speakers were set by the IAC. Sorry. No. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So we'll talk a lot more about that later in the weekend, about the process for that and how you will select additional presenters beyond what the Informational Advisory Committee has brought this weekend.
And really quickly, does the City Council already have a plan, any information they're going to be giving us before we address them, or is it just they want to see what we're going to say first?
So, thanks very much. this, the part of the information that you started reading today, there was that section from that the city had prepared, and then there's a section that the fair had prepared, and then there were these stakeholder statements from the Informational Advisory Committee. That's the sort of preliminary information that the city has prepared, but again, there will be, well, I don't want to speak to the rest of the presenters for who have been selected by the IAC just yet, but yeah, let's just say there will be additional information from a variety of sources being supplied into your binders, slides as part of presentations, and as members of the IAC have already said, one of those folks is the planning director from the city. But you can always request any information you want. This is an open, we will attempt to find whatever information you tell us to find. We are at your service. A number of questions. Let's go here first.
For those speakers and presenters that are willing, could we get like an email address or contact information, or are we limited to the amount of time that we have left at the end of the day?
Yes, I don't believe we have any restrictions about your access to anyone, so if they agree, they're yours. Anything you'd like.
I mean, like, is that something that you guys could facilitate us getting if it's not public?
Yes, if they agree, then we will facilitate getting you anything you'd like, including contact info, etc.
I know this is being live streamed. Is going to be recorded and archived if we want to access it later.
That is an end of day thing that's not in the binder that we're following. Thank you. Let's make a note of that. Thank goodness there are a number of people here, who are watching out for this kind of thing. Yes, the live stream is automatically recorded, so as soon, in fact, it's already listenable, a few minutes after it's live on our YouTube page, and I think if someone can make a note to ask our communications director to make sure that the entire panel has those links, we'll do that so you can always go back and listen. Watch. Grace has something else. I think there's one more question here. One more question here. You were asking about the survey material, and I'll get to that in just a second. Grace, do you have another thing? Amazing. Let me say that over the mic. There's extra food if you want to grab any. There's a bunch of extra food, so I'm sure if you want to take something home, please take something home. We will facilitate that too. Yes. Oh, sorry, hold on. Oh, sorry, use the microphone. Thank you.
The YouTube information is on page 11, where it says live stream.
Oh, look at us. Cool. Sorry. The live stream is automatically recorded, so it's the same link for the live stream, and it's all on our YouTube channel. It'll be all under one playlist on our YouTube channel, so if you go there, it'll be the very first thing, and then a list of all these meetings. Okay. Any other questions? These have been great and helped me remember a few things that I might have forgotten. All right. I think we're to our very last item. something? Okay. We're to our very last item, which is we started the day with a survey that we distributed on behalf of the researchers who you remember seeing on screen, perhaps, that are very interested in what you all are doing. And thank you so much to all of you who filled that out. I'm not sure alternates were not given. You were. Fantastic. Oh, brilliant. Never mind. If you have copies of those surveys, I realize we didn't collect those right away in some cases, so please give them to Grace on your way out the door. Grace will immediately put them into some kind of envelope and seal it shut. We do not look at these surveys. We send them directly off to researchers, and we are only giving them to you this weekend. Because none of the researchers could be here this weekend, this is a very difficult time for them in the academic calendar. But on future weekends, there will be somebody, not me, standing here talking about the survey at the end of each day. Yes. So what Grace said is panelists will need to keep track of that green number, the number on the green dot inside, and the dot may fall off. So sometimes what panelists do, or what we do sometimes, is to put it on the back of your name tag. I see you doing it here. That's probably a great idea, or to make another note of it on some other page. That number, by the way, is important for the research, so that when they are looking at the surveys, they don't know your names, or anything about you. Your contact info is all private, unless you tell us to give it to them. That'll come later. We'll ask you if you want to. But assuming that otherwise, your information is always private. So the only way they can sort of track people through the process is by those numbers, totally anonymously. And so please put your number on all the surveys. Right. Oh, so I was saying. Thank you so much. Can I, lest I forget, can I just say a personal thank you to our interpreters today and to all the moderators. For your patience and grace and assistance in telling us to slow the heck down. So the surveys at the end of the day, right, we won't be looking at them for this first weekend. We'll just be taking them and putting them in an envelope, sealing it, and sending it off. Those future weekends, we won't even be touching the surveys with our dirty little grubby hands at all. The researchers will hand them to you, and they will pick it up and take it away somewhere. Okay, with that, we have a survey at the end of each day. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. And I believe we are at the end of the day. But if you'll bear with me, there were a number of things here. If you are willing, and please, it's immensely useful to us when we see the results later in making a better process. And it's, of course, useful to the researchers. Go ahead. Yes, this is very there's a lot of diversity here, and so your voice is extra important. Is that what you were getting at? Excellent. And right, so if you would take a few moments and fill this out, we would be so grateful, even though we don't see it, and the researchers would be extra grateful. I should say, as you're doing that, if you have other feedback that you want to come directly to us, for example, someone requested diet beverages at lunch, which is an extremely reasonable request. Please come to us directly. For example, that feedback, any of us can take it. We'll all bring it back to the group. So specific feedback that impacts tomorrow or the next day. Talk to us.